sports fans, and welcome to another edition of NDB Media's Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not a test. It is Sports Talk in 2023. From Bangor, Maine to Pomona, California. From Anchorage, Alaska to Miami, Florida. This is Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday morning quarterbacks. Yeah, I know it's a little bit early. It's 0600. What does the O stand for? Oh my God, it's early. And you know what? We only have one speed here, and that's crack speed, as in good old cup of Joe, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, I got to tell you, we kill brain cells, ladies and gentlemen, and we are the purveyors of the zombie apocalypse. You have been warned. I'm getting used to my new online or my new tagline as I'm learning it. I don't have it all, but I'm trying to get the hang of it. Good morning, Elizabeth. And look, not the only thing standing up this early in the morning. Good morning. Thank you for joining us, young lady. You've been with us for quite a bit. And I got to tell you, it's very much appreciated as I get the program going. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the summer of 2023 continues. It is not only cloudy overnight, it's not only 69 degrees, unfortunately, and only unfortunately. It's going to be a high of 77, an overnight low of 65. It is raining. And I do not hear it sprinkling or raining right now, but as I arose this morning, just a little over an hour ago, I walked outside and it was raining. So I don't think it is at the moment, but the summer of 2023 continues. And I don't know. We'll see what it's going to be in store for us for the rest of the day. But I didn't even put the fan on this morning, which I know I should have. It's going to get a bit stuffy because I'm here alone talking. And it just gets stuffy when I talk. But hey, it is what it is. Humidity is 92 degrees. Pressure is 29.97 inches. Visibility is 6 miles on a cloudy sky. But sunrise is at 6:25 a.m. Pacific time, which is a little over 22 minutes, maybe 21 minutes away. Sunset is at 7:15 p.m. and I did that audible pause. I hate that. Don't you dislike it when people are like, it is annoying when people do that. And I do have that audible chalkboard. Can't say wipe erase board because it's not the same thing. And a digital board, well, who uses a digital board and, squeaks and does all that stuff. But that is neither here nor there. That is a tangent, and that is Scorekeeper. That is who I am. The wind is heading to the east with a slightly northerly slant, 5 miles per hour. Dew point is 67 degrees. UV index, of course, is 0 of 10. And the moon phase, we are in a waning gibbous. Today, a quick look in history. Back in 1882, the U.S. National Championship men's tennis, Newport, Rhode Island, defending champ Richard Sears, as in the former massive mega conglomerate. I may have stuttered there. Mega conglomerate? Not necessarily, but beats Clarence M. Clark 6-1, 6-4, 6-0. Additional baseball news. Back in 1962, St. Louis first baseman Stan Musial's records hits his 3,516th hit in the Cardinals' 4-3 loss versus the Mets. The Mets, oh my God, the Mets. He overtakes Tris Speaker into second place behind Ty Cobb on the Major League Baseball all-time list. Back in 1977, one of the great anticlimaxes in sports, 43-year-old transsexual Renee Richards, who fought for over a year for right to play in a major event, is beaten 6-1, 6-4 by Wimbledon champion Virginia Wade at the U.S. Open. Back in 1978, 1 year later, Yankees right fielder Reggie Jackson hits his 20th homer of the season in a 6-2 win over Seattle, the 19th Major League Baseball to hit 20 home runs in 11 straight years. Back in 2001, German Ferrari driver Michael Schumacher wins the Belgian Grand Prix at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps for his record 52nd Formula One Grand Prix victory. And folks, gotta tell you, the diner or Elizabeth says, "I would like a cup of coffee, please." The waiter, elderly man in his 50s, says, I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid we're fresh out of coffee today. Our coffee maker has been completely exhausted. Elizabeth says, I'm not surprised, due to how weak it's been lately. That's for you. In National Rugby League Down Under, in the Telstra Premiership Round 27, this was on August 31st. The Storm 32, Broncos 22. Yesterday, the Sea Eagles walloped the West Texas 54-12. Also on the first, the Rabbitohs doubled up and added two to the Roosters beat the Rabbitohs. I work out the math. That's my shtick. 26-12. The Dolphins 34-10 over the Warriors. And today, earlier today, which was a long time ago, if you think it's in Australia, the is this Australia or is this New Zealand? Ooh. Oh, this might. Yeah, I got that one wrong. Panthers 44, Cowboys 12. What a shock in any league, in any sport. The Cowboys just don't do well. The Dragons lost the Knights 32-12. And later on today at 9 p.m. Pacific time, Titans visit the Bulldogs. And at 11:05 p.m., Sharks visit the Raiders. And the Eels are on a bye. So, taking a quick look at the AVP, I gotta tell you, I'm old, I'm sexist. Anytime a bunch of girls dress up in bikinis and they call it a sport, I'm in. In the AVP Grand Tour, we're gonna take a look. The event's happening right now. The Chicago Open is going on right now, September 1st through the 3rd, and continuing the tour series, October 13th through the 15th, the Laguna Beach Open. And let me see. The championships are still TBA, so we do not have any information on that right now. For IndyCar, the next race will be September 10th at Laguna Seca. The BitNile.com Grand Prix of Portland is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. You can check that one out and NSNBC and oh my goodness, NBC, Peacock, Live, and Sirius XM. In the camping world, NHRA, the U.S. Nationals is underway right now, August 30th through September 4th at Indianapolis, Indiana. Hashtag US Nats. And forgive me a moment. I haven't had my cup of Joe yet, so hopefully the voice isn't going this early on, but hey, it is what it is. In Formula One, they made me accept all. I don't know why, but I had to. Taking a look at what is upcoming in Formula One, we have we don't have a race this weekend, do we? No, we do not. The next one, actually, I am so sorry. We do. Qualifying begins in about 50 minutes, 40, we'll call it 35 seconds. Mark. No, there is no mark here. Italy, Formula One, Pirelli Gran Premio d'Italia 2023 is taking place this weekend. In September, round 16th, the 15th to the 17th, Singapore, and the 22nd to the 24th, Japan. And we'll worry about October in October. And welcome everyone to happy September 2nd. It's a good day. Yesterday, if you saw my Facebook page, it is one of my favorite days. It is September 1st. I always thought it was around the 9th or the 10th. But yes, you all know the story. The Enterprise is the one behind me at the very top. There's my lightsaber. It's very dark, so you probably can't see it. See the aliens box, and that is the Excelsior, not the Enterprise one that was on my desk. That one is somewhere else. Where is the Enterprise? She's probably in a deep space assignment right now. I have to talk to USPA and find out where they are. But that's neither here nor there. It happened. That supervisor was trying to be a supervisor slash trained chimp and walked over to my cubicle, which I'd only been there for a few weeks, and the Galactica was right there on my desk, taking up valuable space. Oh my God! The Enterprise was right there on my desk, taking a valuable space. Puts her hands on top of the cubicles. Is that the Galactica from Battlestar Galactica? Woman, That is a shot across my bow. That's the Enterprise. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that was from Star Wars. I immediately went to Facebook, wrote the story. Everyone thought it was funny. They said, Matt Raj, you are a great storyteller. I said, nope, nope, nope. I'm not making that up. That is real. I cannot. I'm not that funny. And sure enough, I am not that funny. And it was a moment that will forever live with me and lives in Facebook history, September 1st. And that post will survive me for all eternity. It will. And when I leave my current employer, whether it's in March of next year or in March of 10 years after that, I don't know, it will have the individual's name on it. And hell yeah, that thing's got to survive. I have witnesses. There are people that have posted on there saying, "Yep, I was there. I saw it. It's true." So it is what it is. So for the person to deny it, they would be liars. Yeah, liar. Well, no, not you. You saw what I said. Yep. I thought that was funny. Crossing another universe right there. That was rather creative, young lady. In Major League Baseball action last night on Friday, September 1st, as you know, we have a lot of September call ups in Major League Baseball, and the Yankees have seen, I feel, a glimpse of their future, and it looks good. But in recapping, this was a game makeup of April 5th. The Reds lost to the Cubs at home, 6-2. Wicks over Ashcroft, and Thompson picks up at first. And the regular scheduled game, the Reds did defeat the Cubs 3-2. Diaz over Alzole, and in 11 innings, Miami took it to the Nationals at the nation's capital, 8-5. Scott over Garcia. The Mets edged the Mariners 2-1 to improve their season to 62-73. That's the Mets. Bickford beat Munoz, and Dr. Smith picked up his third. The Guardians 3-2 over the Rays. Morgan over Glasnow. Clace picked up his 37th. The Gemelitos 5-1 over the Rangers. Ryan over Burke. The America's Triple A team really lambasted the Red Sox 13-2. Lyles over Paxton. Don't think there was a save in this one, unless it was a minimum 3-inning save. The Tigers are improving. They're now 61-74. They were visiting the White Sox and they beat them 4-2. Rodriguez over Toussaint, and Lang picked up his 20th save. And did a little bit of payback. The Yankees improved to 66-69. Lots of sixes and lots of nines in there. The Yankees 6-2 over the A-holes, who dropped to 77-59. Rodon picked up his second win, and Verlander lost. He is now 10-7 in the season. The Brewers, or the Sedvacetos, 7-5 over the Phillies. Williams over Alvarado. The Pirates. Oh my goodness, the Pirates. Whenever the Pirates win, that is good for baseball. 4-2 over the Cardinals. Selby wins his second. Romero picks up his second loss. And Bednar, his 30th save. No, not Michael Bednar from Starship Farragut or Farragut Forward, but Bednar of the Pirates. The Blue Jays 13-9 over the Rockies. Cabrera over Bird. I wasn't being funny. I got caught there. The D-backs 4-2 over the Orioles. Davis over Lyron, and Seawold picked up his 29th. The Athletics improved to 40-59. So with each win, they risk not establishing Major League Baseball's worst mark of all time. Beat the Angels. Thank goodness we didn't go. For an errant thought, we were thinking of going to that game, but we checked. The game was in Oakland. Nope, can't go. 9-2. Sears, the aforementioned guy. Wow, Sears. Okay, that was on September 1st. The other guy won in tennis today, back to almost 100 years ago. Wow, isn't that a little bit of symmetry? Things rhyme. George Lucas, stories rhyme, colors, palettes, and all that stuff. Sears over Sandoval. The Padres beat the hated ones 7-3. Waka over Beck. Waka picked up his 11th. And the Atlanta Braves improved to 89-45. They took it to the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium, or Chavez Ravine. Fried over Urias, and Yates picked up his third. And a quick look at the standings of Major League Baseball in the American League. We're going to go to September 2nd, which is today. The Baltimore Orioles are 83 and 51. Tampa Bay is 1.5 back. Toronto's 9.5. Boston is 14.5. And the New York Yankees are in last place, completely in control of it, 17.5 back. In the American League Central, the Gemelitos are 70 and 65, 519 winning percentage, followed by the Indians 5 back, the Tigers 9, the Black Sox 17, and America's AAA team is 28.5 back. In the American League West, Seattle 76 and 58, mathematically tied with Houston 77 and 59, but in games played, mathematically they're tied, but Seattle has a higher winning percentage of 567. Houston is 566, but they're still tied when one considers. Anyway, Texas is 75 and 59, one game back, so we have a race. The Angels are 12.5, and Oakland is 36.5, and they have been eliminated from the divisional round, the divisional crown. They haven't been eliminated completely, but no, actually, yeah, they have been. They're eliminated, as are the AAA's America's AAA team. In the National League East, Atlanta is 89 and 45 with a 664 winning percentage, followed by Philadelphia, 15 games back. Collapse is possible. Don't see it happening. Atlanta's a good team. Miami's 21.5 back. The Mets are 27.5 back. They are one game away from elimination. The Nationals are 28 back. They have been eliminated. In the National League Central, the Cerveceros are 75 and 59. The Cubs are 3.5 back. The Commies are 6.5 back. The Pirates are 13.5, and St. Louis is 17.5. In the National League West, the Los Dodgers, are 83 and 51, followed by Arizona, 13.5, and tied with the hated ones, 13.5 back. Both teams are 15 away from being eliminated. The Padres, on yet another disastrous season for this, on paper, incredibly talented team. 63 and 73, 21 back. They're 7 away from elimination. And the Rockies, lest we forget, the Colorado Rockies are 34.5 back. Taking a quick look, and since we are in September, we are going to do the wild card. In the American League, the division leaders are Baltimore in the East, Seattle in the West, and Minnesota in the Central. In that order, because of their winning schedule. And the 3 top American League wildcard teams are Tampa Bay. They are in the catbird seat at 6.5 up. Houston is 1 back, and Texas is holding the last spot. On the outside looking in, Toronto 1.5. Boston has a shot, 6.5. Yankees are still alive, 9.5, but realistically, they have 2 teams to jump over to be looking in. They have to get over 3 teams. So 9.5 back. That's very difficult. Indians are 10, Angels 11, and by that time it all drops off. So no, it's not very good for them. So, all right. I think I've done a run around the league. We're going to take a look today, September 2nd. And as I mentioned earlier, the Yankees have probably a definite glimpse of their future. They've been talking about this young man for a little while, and he is now in. I'm going to post the article in the chat room. And if you'd like to take a look at it, it is right there. The YouTube link carried over to several, so it's not complete. It is here on this one. You can check it out. It's at msn.com. But the Yankees are terribly excited because Jason Dominguez made his major league debut yesterday, and on his very first swing showed the talent that this kid had. Dominguez becomes the youngest Yankees player to homer in his first career at bat, and Aaron Judge reached 250 home runs faster than any other major leaguer as New York slugged its way to a 6-2 win over the Houston A-holes on Friday night. DJ LeMahieu sent Justin Verlander's second pitch in the right field seats for a leadoff shot, and there were 2 outs in the first inning when Verlander walked Giancarlo Stanton. Then on the second pitch he saw, and his first swing in the majors, Yasun Dominguez, who has drawn comparisons to Bo Jackson and Mike Trout, connected off Verlander, who fell to 10-7 to make it 3-0. Rather impressive, New York manager Aaron Brown said. That's a way to announce your presence with authority. Yes, it is. At just 20 years and 206 days old, the highly touted Dominguez became the Yankees player to homer in his first Major League Baseball game. He's the first Yankees hitter to go deep in his initial big league at bat since Judge on August 13th, 2016. So, it's good company right there. After Dominguez swatted his opposite field home run to the short porch in left off 3 times Cy Young Award winner, twice his age. Yeah. They panned to his family. TV cameras panned to his family, and they were whooping it up as they were watching the ball leave the yard. I knew it was going to be a lot different feelings finally stepping on the field, Dominguez said through a Spanish translator. I mentioned my dream coming true in front of me, and I was able to connect there for that hit, and it ended up being a homer. So my mind is flying away. I imagine it was flying away with that ball. So forgive me, folks. My throat is a tad dry right now. I do unfortunately have a hacking cough. I've had it for about 10 days now, and but when I had a visit with the medical facilities on Thursday, there was nothing much to talk about, but the cough continues. So we'll see. I'm going to take a swig of that one right now, see if it'll help me out. It is just a regular flavor from Smart and Final. And no, I'm not a shill for them, but that is the flavor that I'm using. Hey, look, if I were a shill, you see the red box right there. Who's that from? That's from Staples. Go figure. Is that one from Staples? Oh, yeah, that one is. I have a bunch of boxes now. Who knows? I might be packing up real soon. You never know. Continuing with that article, Austin Wells also making his major league debut Friday night single to start the second, but the Yankees couldn't get anything else going in that inning. That was awesome, Wells said. I think it's good to check the box in the first at bat, and then after that, I was just out there having fun. Congratulations to both of them, and it was absolutely nice that the Yankees have seen the future, a glimpse of it, and it looks real good. So I like it. As I mentioned, Aaron Judge in a milestone, he hit his 250th home run, so that is a good thing. And in a tiny bit of a side glance, I spied this article, which I'm going to go ahead and hit right now in the chat room. And I saw this one on Game Day News, unfortunately. And it had a list of fans will never root for these Major League Baseball villains. And quite frankly, it is clearly an opinion piece. And it does date back a bit. It is an opinion piece. So it is very, for lack of a better word, opinionated. And I was disappointed because there was one player on there which I have met personally, and I don't get it. I obviously the guy was on deadline, had nothing better to write, but I want to go up to bat right now. And I know the player had a bit of a reputation because he fought the media. That doesn't mean the fans didn't like him because I told the whole story how we got into a shouting match with John Rocker on April 16th, 2002, a date which will live in infamy for Mr. Rocker. It's a glorious day for the Noriega clan. But Kenny Rogers was famous for fighting with the media. But when it came to the fans, which I think quite frankly matters most, he was good. And there was about 5 or 6 of us standing outside, and A-Rod blew past us with the chip shoulder, and he's like number 1 on this list. Kenny Rogers, I guess, saw what happened, and this hulk of a man, you've heard the story, walked over to us and just started shooting the shit with us. Didn't have to. We didn't call on him. And he spoke to us for like 20, 30 minutes, man. And I've told the story. He was a good guy, man. He was talking to us. Didn't mention A-Rod went by her. And he was a good guy. And the Angels beat the Rangers and stood up, showed the colors. I'll never forget. That was an absolutely gorgeous leather jacket that he was wearing. He looked sharp, man. He was a big corn-fed guy. He was a good person. Had problems with the media, but that's neither here nor there. And there is a man who does not have issues with the media. He is the effervescent, the irredeemable, the iconoclast himself, the big dog. What's going on, young man? What up?
What's up?
Everything, always, nothing,
So,
never.
so when you met Kenny Rogers, did he start singing "The Gambler" or no? Or he was nice about
He did not. He started singing "Sha na na na,
it?
sha na na na." Hey, that was really good, big dog. Good morning. How you doing, young man?
Well, I'm breathing.
Yeah, you okay, buddy?
Yeah. How you doing?
Um, I'm getting through, I guess, a summer cold, and
Ah,
I have a hacking cough that I've had for about 10 days. So, got to get through it. I'll probably have to mute myself from time to time because it's annoying as heck. But beyond that, as I announced on Thursday, folks, I am feeling better. I am on the antibiotics. I'm gonna have to take a pause at 7 because I do have to continue taking them. I was, as you all saw last Saturday, I was laboring. I was not well. My emergency room visit on Thursday, um, I was actually a lot better off, and that was really exciting news. And the doctor says, "Look, you do have an infection, but you're okay. A lot of your lab work looks good." And I have not had a report like that in a while. So I think that has helped me improve, knowing that I had something, but that the body was still fighting back and was doing good. I was really happy about that. I think that has helped the psyche just a bit.
so
And
the VDS helped you out. Okay, cool. That's good. Helped your body get start fighting.
what's the VDS?
No S, just VD.
Oh, what's VD?
Look it up.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever. I was asked twice by the emergency room doctor if there were any STDs, and I commented to the doctor, "No, sir, none whatsoever." And
That's what VD is.
oh,
Venereal
okay.
disease.
All right. Well,
You
I was
can't be.
very.
You can't have been under a rock that long and not know what VD is.
I don't pay attention to a lot of stuff. A lot of people will tell me stuff. I'm like, sorry, I'm not Sheldon, as everyone claims I am. Supposedly, I
Yes, you
know
are.
everything, but that is neither here nor there. Big Dog, I'm going to stand up real quick, and I'd like to turn my fan on because, as I was telling Elizabeth, who was so gracious to be here so early in the morning, that I had forgotten to turn the fan on. Um, is it wet outside where you are, Big Dog? Because when I woke up at 5 this morning, it was still
No,
sprinkling a bit.
no,
So,
not here. It hasn't rained since about for about just about 12 hours now. It stopped
okay.
about 6:30 yesterday or so.
Oh, it started about that time? Oh, wow.
Well, excuse me, it started about 5 o'clock.
Oh,
Uh,
wow.
just after 5,
Dude, I was out
and
and
then
about.
uh-huh.
So you had, I guess, if we were out in the ocean, we probably would have said, "Oh, there's a squall down to the southeast of us." So it made its way over to us slowly. And Elizabeth, even I'm gonna laugh at that one. But speaking of not laughing at, good morning, Rosalind.
What's up,
How
Roz?
are you, young lady? And folks, she's not at the laundromat this morning. There's no doubt she is not at the laundromat, and
No,
I'm
she
so
doesn't
happy
have
for
she
her.
doesn't have to anymore.
That's right. It's been a little while now. Roz, how is your chemo going? How are you feeling? I hope you're doing better. And folks, for those that are in the family, if you want to follow Rosalind, she has a YouTube channel where she is updating everyone, and you can check it out. It's rather It's rather good to hear from her. I saw your video, Roz, and sadly, I did not click on it over the last day and a half, and I am sorry. So I'm going to have to follow up myself. But hopefully, you're doing well, and she's keeping everyone up to date on that. If you want to support Rosalind Brinson in some of her endeavors, you can head on over to pawnsedgedesigns.net. And oh, I hear you, Roz. Your next session is on 9/11. Well, on such a day, in the evening, I do have a bit of news. We are asking everyone to join us. Mercedes Dela Cruz of the Ark, the original Molson girl from Canada, will be returning for her fourth visit with us. As you know from the other reviews, that woman is a blast, and we are looking forward to having her on. So, Roz, you should join us. It should be good, and check it out, folks. She is she's a lot of fun, and we're looking forward. It's already her fourth visit, and we are terribly excited about it. So we shall see. Ooh, got to change the avatar. Yeah, there it is. All right. Good stuff. Want to welcome everyone who's watching the program this morning. Let us know who you are and where you hail from. Elizabeth, again, thank you for the innocent line. As you know, I'm here in Southern California, as is the big dog. Elizabeth, if you want to let everyone know, and Roz, it'd be real nice, and everyone else. So
You said that with such disappointment.
I think I'm still up and down, dude. Yeah.
You
I wasn't
sounded
meant
so
to.
disappointed. You sounded so disappointed because you paused and then you said Southern California, but when you said it, you were just like, "Yeah, I'm here in Southern California."
I know that that was not good.
Engineer.
Oh my goodness. Yes. And we already have our second like, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Roz, for the first one. Jay, our second one. Look at that. Elizabeth is in Sacramento, California, the capital of the fifth largest economy in the world. And Jay, good morning. Oh, back from Phoenix, Arizona. And look at that. We have our third like. And I went, oh, Elizabeth Olivia Cooper. And who knows? We
So
might get
so
lucky. We might have a
so
Lowe's
does he?
cat.
So does Elizabeth have a cowbell?
Oh, that's a damn good question. Elizabeth, do you? And I think she's well in tuned in many things. And folks, um, she is definitely a sis from another mama. You know, the guy is always brother from another mother. There are we're up to 4 likes. Oh my goodness. Someone by the name of Piotr Gama just gave
Yeah,
us a like.
some Russian guy.
Ooh, I like it. I like it indeed, folks. So good morning, good morning, good morning to everyone. Thank you, Jay, for joining us and everyone else. So really good stuff, folks. Um, I don't know if you wanted to get into a particular story right now, Big Dog.
um, 6:30. Yeah, I got about 10, 15 minutes, and then I'll need you to send me the link so I can you put it on my phone when you have a chance. Send the
Do you
link
want
on
me to
the
text it to you, or do you want me to send
uh,
it via Facebook?
via Facebook, so it's easier for me to grab that way.
All right, I'll send it shortly, young man. Thank you for letting me know,
Okay. Um,
and we'll do that. Go ahead.
so the NBA will be starting, of course, next month.
Oh
Uh,
no! Is it really?
and I was when I talk about a salary cap and such, and the ramifications of going over the luxury tax. Uh, there was a couple of assumptions that I made that were wrong, so I want to clarify those. So the luxury tax, the salary cap is $136,021,000, and it has a floor, which means the minimum you have to spend is 122,600,000. Now you had asked me the question that if they don't spend that amount, what happens? And I just said that the NBA ups it to the floor about of 122 million. What I didn't explain, and I found out when I did a little more investigating. So what happens is, if let's say the Orlando Magic say they're spending 110 million dollars, so or 110.6. We'll make it easy. And they don't that's what they spent for the entire year. The floor is 122.6, so that means they're $12 million under the salary cap. What they do, the NBA does raise it to the 122.6, but that $10 million difference gets dispersed amongst the players that are on the team. That part I did not know. I figured it would just go into some fund or whatever, but the money is dispersed. So a lot of the players that are on bad teams, that's mainly the reason why they don't complain, is because they're getting extra money on top of their salary. Um, and the other thing is, I don't know if you remember when I talked about it, I said the luxury tax was 165,294, and then there was what was called the first apron and the second apron, and I just assumed, it bit me in the ass for doing it, for assuming that that's what the remember. There's two tiers to the luxury tax. If you're a repeater, you get fined more, but no, this first and second apron is on top of your luxury tax. So if you go over the luxury tax, of course, you have your monetary penalties. But if you're in the first apron, which is 172,300, 172,300,000 is the first apron, and then if you go over 182,800,000, there's a second apron. Now the first apron.
Big Doug, would you stop for a moment?
Yes,
I'm sorry. 182 million what?
182.8 is the second apron.
Okay, and I'm actually writing these notes down because Big Dog took the time to do this, and we may have to reference this from time to time because this is going to be active for 2023, 2024, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to
So
get these notes, brother. So I appreciate you've done that.
so the penalties for being in the first apron, it says the first apron kicks in when a team's payroll is over 172 million, and the following restrictions are triggered.
May I
A
interrupt you one
team,
more time?
sure.
I'm sorry, Big Dog. What is the actual salary cap?
Okay, the salary cap is 136,021,000.
136 million. Oh, 21,000.
Yeah, 021.
I'm like, there's some zeros missing there. But okay, I started, Big Dog. So that's the salary cap. And may we go back, please,
Okay,
to
and
the minimum?
the minimum is 122.6.
You are the bomb, dude. 122, 600,000. No,
That's the
folks, I'm
floor.
sorry for being pedantic, but I think we're going to be having conversations about this moving forward. And it's good to make notes. So I'm sorry, Big Dog. Thank you for doing that.
Okay, and then the luxury tax, once you hit the luxury tax limit is 165,294,000.
294,000.
Yes,
So that's the
that's the
limit
luxury
for the
tax.
tax.
Yeah, and then the first apron is 172.3,
Yeah, got that.
and then the second apron is 182.8.
Sorry for
Okay,
interrupting you, Big Dog.
no, not at all. Okay, so this is what happens when you go over the first apron of 172 million. Teams cannot acquire a player in a sign and trade if that player keeps them above the apron.
No
Salary
sign
match,
trade?
yeah. If it keeps them above that apron, they can't do it.
Right. So if you do the math of the trade, because
Hmm.
money's up
Yeah.
and down, if the end result will keep them above it, no deal.
Yep. And also it says salary matching in trades must now be within 110% rather than 125% for the teams for teams not above the apron.
And that was for max sign and trades?
This is in salary matching trades.
Salary matching trades. And this is still apron one, right?
Yes.
Wow.
And then the third penalty is teams cannot sign a player waived during the season whose salary was over the $12.2 million mid-level exception.
Of 12.2 million mid-level.
So in other words, like when Russell Westbrook got bought out or waived, his salary was $46 million. So that trade wouldn't have happened this year, this season, or this upcoming season.
Wow. Okay.
And then they only have one penalty right now for a second apron, which is you have no access to the $5 million mid-level exception.
Okay. I'm going to put a pin in it. I'd like you to remind us, since the NBA is coming, if you
Yes.
remember all the exceptions. There might be 30 million of them, so if you need more time. But I know there's several mid-level
Well,
exceptions. I mean,
there's two. There's actually only two. There's the mid-level exception. Uh, the
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 5
$5 million
million one.
is the mini mid-level. The regular mid-level is the 12.2.
Got it.
So the 5 million is actually the mini mid-level. Now, next season, if you're in all the same rules apply for the first tier, but starting next season, the 2024
2024.
25 season, they really get you for beating the second tier. So starting not this season but next season, these are the tier one restrictions are still in place, and these tier two, there was only that one rule, but after next season there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more that go into effect, and these are the following rules for that one. So starting 24-25 season, if you're in the tier 2 apron, teams cannot include cash in a trade. The first round pick 7 years out are now unable to be traded.
What was that on the picks?
The
7
first
years
round
out?
pick 7 years out are what they call frozen, which means you cannot trade it. So you can't use that in part of a deal.
So in other words, like the 2025 pick, because if it's 2024, 2025, right? The
Yeah, so
2025
you go
pick
7, so they would be the 2032 pick. You can't trade that.
through. Yes. Wow. 7-year draft picks frozen. Wow, this is good, Big Dog, and I thank you for that. This will come up.
This one you're gonna like or not like, it depending on whether it's the labor man or the tax
Big
man.
Dog, I'm writing all of this down. What, folks? Did you see? I don't think Big Dog saw my reaction when he said, "I don't think this one you're gonna like." I turn on with a big smile. I'm like, "What do you mean? I'm liking it all. I'm having a intellectual Woody this morning, folks."
So here it is.
Like,
Teams cannot use a trade exception generated by uh, aggregating
ooh, that's
the
very close.
the salaries of multiple players.
Oh, no trade exception for aggregating. You see, you got it. You're right, almost
Yeah,
there, dude.
salaries of multiple players.
Of multiple players. Oh, that's orgasmic.
And then teams cannot use a trade exception generated in a prior year.
No trade exception.
Generated in a prior year.
Wow. I'm gonna have to think
And
on that.
last but not least, this one hits the hardest. A team's
No.
first a team's first round pick is moved to the end of the first round if they remained in the second apron for 3 out of 5 seasons.
Team's first pick sent
To
to
the bottom of the first round.
bottom of
If
first
they if,
round.
if they stay in the second tier apron for 3 out of 5 seasons.
If remain in apron 2 3 of 5 years. And what's the length of this contract? Ooh, I mean, damn, this is BDMS, folks.
Well, remember they just signed their player contract, so probably
Right.
I believe it's 7 years. It's a 10-year contract with a 7-year out.
Of God.
So this is in effect for the next at least 7 years, 7 seasons, I believe.
Okay. All kidding aside, this is some good note stuff. And Big Dog, I I appreciate
And
what you said early on about your correction. Oh no, go on.
no, what I was going to say is, and of course, guys, anybody wondering why all these restrictions, it's because there are so many billionaire owners. The Russian guy that owns the Nets, uh, what's his face from the Clippers, the people who own the Warriors, the people who own the Celtics. These guys don't care about luxury tax. They'll pay it. Like this year alone, your where the hell am I at? There it is. Okay, like I said, the salary cap was what was it again, Raj? The salary cap
Salary cap
is
is 136 million 21,000.
the no, I'm sorry, the luxury tax.
The luxury
164?
tax is 165 295 or 294.
Oh, okay, 165, 295. There are 11 teams over the salary cap, over the luxury tax, excuse me. And they are the Bulls, the Raptors, the Pelicans, the Nuggets, the Sixers, the Celtics, the Bucks, the Heat, the Suns, the Clippers, and the Warriors. The Warriors have a salary right now of 206,125,013. They are $40 million over the luxury tax and $80 million over the salary cap.
That was the Bulls, right?
No, that's the Warriors. They're the number one team as far as salary is concerned, and the Clippers
Um,
are right behind them at 194. So all these penalties, guys, are done for those teams that don't care, that are like, sure, I don't care, find me, I got billions of literally billions of dollars. So I'll get taxed the extra 100 million or whatever it is.
now, folks, I do want to be argumentative on that. I understand what Big Dog is saying, and I hope the audience would. This is a sign of a team that is committed to winning, and it is sharing with the fans to win because they're spending the money to win. No,
Okay.
Golden
Yeah.
State Warriors are not investing to win.
Okay. Yeah. And I was just gonna say the Warriors, but then you got the Clippers, and then you got the Pelicans. I mean, okay. For every Warriors team, you have the Pelicans, and
Well, okay. Well, now you're being argumentative towards me, and I was just trying to add. That's
no,
why I
I
said you get
know,
the sound that I'm being argumentative, but the reality, Big Dog's actually being a little dick on that one right now because I meant the Warriors in
no,
that.
I know, no,
Look,
no, yeah,
my thing is,
it is that they're spending that kind of money because they want to field a championship team, and
and
for the Warriors and the Bucks, it has worked out.
yeah,
But for everybody else, especially the Clippers, we don't know if they're cursed. They just suck, which that's my preference. But
yeah. I'm sorry. Was that a pick'em? No, right? That was.
and in researching all this, I just happened to come upon an interesting fact, and it actually blew me away. And I didn't think about it because we usually don't compare um, franchises outside of their own sport.
Mhm.
The Lakers are worth $6.2 billion, which is the third most in the NBA, behind the Warriors and the Knicks.
And the
But
only reason why they're not number one is because they've been dawdling for a little while.
and also they're a private entity.
Yeah.
They're not owned by billionaires. But what was interesting is, as I said, the Lakers are worth $6.1 billion, $6.2 billion, whatever it is, and the Dodgers franchise is worth $3.8 billion. I found that surprising.
And folks, and this is one where I'm prepared to argue that, and thank you for that question, Jay. And I'm going to answer Elizabeth right now because believe it or not, during tax season, I actually do have a stenographer. So it's kind of cool. Uh, her her name is Microsoft Teams. Actually, I was going to say it's OneNote. I don't know if you guys know this, but OneNote, you can record your note direct. I actually should just be recording this. I should just be recording this. It's stupid. But all kidding aside, I actually do have a stenographer, both digital and real. And Jay is asking who is number one? Who's
In
number
what
one?
in
Who's
what
number
sport?
one?
In what sport or all sports? Well, it's actually the same answer, so it doesn't matter. The Yankees. The Yankees are number one. The Cowboys are number two, and then from there it differs. It differs whether you want to include everyone or if it's just any particular sport.
What I was gonna say that look, there's intrinsic values that some of these reports I don't understand how they miss the mark. They really I just don't get it. Look, I know that the Guggenheim Group overpaid for the Dodgers. We know that. But they're not losing money in any sense of the word. But the thing about the Dodgers is the value, the real estate, everything. Sometimes it's like, and this is just from a simple economist, guy down who did study economy both in high school and in college. Uh, and Big Dog's heard me talk about it. I'm like, I don't get if it's the college flunky that's writing this report because sometimes it just missed the mark. While sports talk was in the digital radio era that we were in, Big Dog and I talked about this when the Yankees and the Cowboys. Remember when they teamed up and they purchased like 70 to 80% of all the food concessionaries in
Oh
all the
yeah, yeah,
sports?
yeah.
They still own that. And I don't remember which teams. I don't the Dodgers had Aramark and another one for a while ago. I don't know who it is for the time being, but the Yankees and Cowboys, a lot of Quan from other fans' purchases.
That's the way to do it. And
So
in
if China owns Smithfield Foods, I guess politically, some people are laughing at us too, but that's neither here nor there. That's a political
uh,
comment. Sorry,
in
Big Dog.
answer to in answer to your question, Jay, number one is the Warriors. Number two are the Knicks, and number three are the Lakers. And the Knicks and the Lakers are maybe about only $100 million apart, so
And
they're almost tied.
how much are the Golden State Warriors worth?
Uh,
Sorry about that. And folks, think about that. Think
I
about
think
where the
about $8 billion.
think
I'd
about
have
where
to
the
check.
Golden State Warriors play, their market and everything. That is a phenomenal job by management or ownership. We love to make fun of them, but money-wise, wow. This is a team that is not in one of the larger mark or largest markets. And even geographically where they are. I've passed the arena and it's really nice. Yeah, Jay, it really is. And folks, I apologize. I'm detecting some internet connectivity issues on my end. So if I do have the jumbleness or the stuttering, it's internet related.
Okay,
So
here we go. The Golden State Warriors are worth $7.56 billion.
wow.
The New York Knicks are $6.58 billion. The Lakers are $6.44 billion. So a $140 million difference. The Bulls are 4.9. So there's a big drop between three and four. The Lakers were 6.44. The Bulls are 4.09 billion. The Celtics are 3.92. Assholes. The Nets are 3.86. The Clippers are 3.73. The Raptors, this was surprising, are 3.34. The Rockets are 3.3, and the Mavericks are 3.26. That is your top 10 teams
See,
valued, the NBA values.
and here's the thing, folks. This is what throws me. This is why I'm argumentative about if it's the college flunky that prepares these reports for these major institutions. Jay would like to know LOL and where the 49ers be listed. Um, the Toronto Raptors, believe it or not, have one of the higher tax liabilities. And yes, they are the Canadian team in that area that dominates, but you have to consider the tax consider. Well, ooh, I'm definitely stuttering now, and that had nothing to do with internet connectivity. That was just me. I It's significant in Canada. We've talked about how some baseball players refuse to go to Canada due to the tax liability issue, and Toronto works it into their contract that they're going to pay them more to cover just the tax. We've talked about that over the years. Now people don't because they just don't pay attention to it, and it's become common per se. So,
All right. For the NFL, of course, the Cowboys are number one at $9 billion. Patriots 7 billion. Rams 6.9. Giants 6.8. The Bears at 6.3. The Raiders and the Raider Nation is number six at $6.2 billion. Then
and
it's the Jets
6.1 is the stadium. Sorry,
six
because
point.
the
Fuck
team's
you.
only worth 100. Ah, sorry, Big Dog, because the team's only worth so much.
The Jets are 6.1 billion. Excuse me. The Commanders, probably because of their sale, their valuation got pumped up a bit. Is 6.05 billion. Then it is the Niners at number nine at 6 billion, and then the Eagles at 10 at 5.8 billion. Those are your top 10. The lowest one is the Cincinnati Bengals at $3.5 billion. My baby shit Browns. Where's my baby shitters? There they are. Number 19, $4.62 billion. Ahead of the Packers at the Browns were 4.62 billion, and the Packers are 4.6 billion.
So again, folks, and this is not arguing Big Dog. This is arguing some of the numbers there, folks. Intrinsic value does mean something. And these guys don't understand what intrinsic value is. That's why who the hell wrote these reports? So again, not it sounds like I'm arguing with Big Dog, but I'm not because I respect and admire uh, what he
What
said
what
early
I
on.
what I usually go by, here we go.
Otherwise, he's
This
full
is
of
the one
shit.
I go by. The other ones I picked were uh, NBC Sports or something or other. The one I go by and I say this is the one that matters is Forbes magazine because that's a money
Oh,
magazine. So they know their shit
just a little bit.
just a little bit. So let's see if the okay, yes, yeah, pretty much value. They might have gotten this from the Forbes list because Forbes. See now, I like this because number one is the Cowboys. It says team. They tell you what state it's in, Texas. The current value of $9 billion, and they have a but they give the revenue. That's
Yeah.
what I like. The revenue for the Dallas Cowboys is $1.14 billion. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Scorekeeper is not revenue after all the taxes and all everybody gets paid and stuff. And what's left over is that revenue to
Well,
a point, kind of, sort of.
it depends on the asterisk of the report, but it can. No, all kidding aside, because I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to hedge. Total revenue is monies collected. So that's quite a bit. That genuinely is quite a bit. But depending on it's implied in this report that that was their profit. Yes, that's why I would have to check all the little asterisks and stars and little crosses and stuff like that.
You'd have to check the EBITDA.
Yeah, very funny. Yes, I would. So, oh, I apologize, folks. Jay, that was quick. I guess you saw the time coming up. Big Dog, I'm gonna just go off screen, but I'm gonna keep the steam on because
Okay.
I just
uh,
have to take the meds. That's all.
No, I understand. And as soon as you come back, I have to go off and switch over to the car because I actually should have left about 15 minutes ago.
I did notice that. So, folks, it's gonna take me a minute or two. So actually, I'm just gonna shut down and I'll be right back. Well, just the video.
Yeah. All right, guys. So this is it's really interesting when you look at the evaluations and some of these teams are surprising that on where they are on the list as far as their valuations. Like for me, totally surprised about the Commanders being number 8 at $6.05 billion. And I'm surprised that the Packers are as low as they are. I mean, yes, they haven't won in 20 years, but they are that storied franchise, and they have, a 25-year waiting list for season tickets. So some of the valuation surprised, but like I said, I trust Forbes magazine, and so since I do trust Forbes, let me go back and just to see if the valuations for the NBA are out by Forbes. They should be already. Because I picked NBC Sports. That was the first one. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So according to Forbes, and this was published um, October 27th. So this was just before last season. So the new list should be coming up very, very soon. Um, so as of last year, it was the Warriors at $7 billion, the Knicks at $6.1 billion, and the Lakers at $5.9 billion. So the other list that I gave originally from NBC was probably updated through just before the start or through the end of the season. These valuations by Forbes were done before last season started. So that's why there's a difference of a few $100 million on each franchise. So the other one I gave you from NBC Sports is most likely accurate, but it was updated because of the end of the season. Whereas I said this Forbes list was done just before the season started this year. So as I said, probably sometime in the first or second week of October before the season starts, they'll give their 2023 team valuations. So yeah, so they're pretty close. Bulls, Celtics. Oh, they have the Clippers at 6. Yeah. Anyways, I will disconnect here, Scorekeeper, and I'll be back on in probably less than 5 minutes.
All right, thank you for that. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, that's the big dog, and he will be returning shortly. So, ladies and gentlemen, 7:03 a.m. Sorry, went to big screen on that. Didn't want to scare everyone. This is Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. It is Saturday, September 2nd, 2023. And what a glorious morning it is indeed. And we are now, as I mentioned, in the September rush, ending Major League Baseball. College is already playing. It is Labor Day weekend. We hope all of you are having a good time this weekend, and it's all good in the hood. If I feel a little bit funny and stupid and dumb and I come across that in the next 10, 15 minutes, I apologize. It's the number of uh, prescription medications I have to take in the morning. I have to take them at 7 and 7. It's the best time I was able to work out. No, it is not 7 and 7. I know that's a drink, which I don't think I've ever tried in my life, but I've served it to many people, which is kind of funny. But by the way, on another tangent, the drinking program is looking to come to pass very soon. We're establishing a budget, and I don't know how many hosts are going to want to join me, but we're going to be doing a beginner's guide of entering the world of distilled spirits. So both corporate and otherwise. So we're going to be talking mixology in on that. And you're going to be very happy. I don't know. We'll see. It is something that I've been wanting to do actually for about 10 years. And I've asked several people, and I got quasi commitments. And I guess they didn't want to be because of the idea that it may look bad on them. So I don't know. It depends. I may want to have a flashback. There might be one or two. Who would be? I know they're all still alive. Not that they're all of them, but have I lost any loves in my life other than family? No. No, I've been fortunate. So the Comet Waterline, folks, I don't have that connection as in the episode of the Ark, which is really good, Elizabeth. But um, I would be interested to know. But yeah, hey guys, ladies and gentlemen, still married, 30 years. It is what it is. And even though we are far apart, and it's in name only, it is. Uh, I don't know why I'm bringing that up right now, but it's been over for over 4 years. So it is what it is. I think COVID is what kept the legal status going. But prior to that, when Elizabeth said, what did she say earlier? Yes, 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 very much true. They're I'm very naive on many things. I do have to admit, but hey, I only had two girlfriends prior to my significant other, and that was it. That was it. So it's very naive growing up. Very, very naive. So was she. Till then claws came out. So a a buddy of mine who drives for Lyft was telling me, dude, he actually called me late at about 10:50 at night saying, dude, I need a translation. I happened to be awake, took the call, and I helped out. It was an older lady who was having difficulty, and he was having trouble with the translation. So I helped, and I tried to explain to her, you claim he has the wrong address, but that's what's on the app. Could you please provide him the correct address? At which point she did, and she calmed down a little bit, and Solomon Walters helped me. He was grateful. He said, "Raj, thanks. I'm glad you took the call." So I helped out with the translation, and then um, later on the next day, he sends me a text message. Oh, that granny who flipped out? It just dawned on me, Raj. Her name was Margarita. I'm like, oh, damn, damn. So how funny that the woman that he was having trouble with was a margarita, but he said, no, 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 it's not that. I mean, that's the double entendre that she was freaking out. But he said, how you simply communicated to it in Spanish. It was like you understood the beast. I'm like, yes, yes. It's Revelation 13:18, folks. For anyone can understand the number of the beast, for is a number that stands for a woman, and the woman's number is 666. But that's neither here nor there. So yes, I know, Jay. I'm sorry for that. 0 for you, bro. So yes, indeed. Thank you for returning, Big Dog. That was not 15 minutes.
Well, I said five.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it looks like there was some. I think Jimmy Buffett just died. I'm not sure. That's why I kind of leaned in. I got an NBC report saying Margaritaville singer Jimmy Buffett, and then the thing went away. But I'm driving, so I can't see. So I don't know if you could check that. But
I am actually getting a confirmation from CNN of all
Jimmy
things,
Buffett.
and that was completely unintended, ladies and gentlemen. So I am going to go to it right now. Give me a quick moment, and we're going to do what we should do, I guess. Do I even have this? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are going to go to it right now. We do have breaking news. Thank you, Big Dog. Jimmy Buffett, enduring Margaritaville singer
Oh
turned mogul,
man.
has passed away at 76. Now, I clicked on this a moment ago, so it's actually 16 minutes that this was posted by CNN. Jimmy Buffett, the tropical troubadour whose folksy tunes celebrated his laid back lifestyle, inspired legions of devoted fans, and spawned a lucrative business empire, has passed away, according to his official website and multiple media websites or outlets. He was 76. And, quote, Jimmy passed away peacefully on the night of September 1st, surrounded by his family, friends, music, and dogs, unquote. A statement released on his social page reads, he lived his life like a song to the very last breath and will be missed beyond measure by so many. At this time, no cause of death has been released, and the singer-songwriter was briefly hospitalized in May following a trip to the Bahamas. Quote, I had to stop in Boston for a checkup, but while I'm back in the hospital to address some issues that needed immediate attention, unquote, he told his followers in a social media post. Wow. Buffett was born on Christmas Day in 1946 in Pascagoula, Mississippi, and raised in the poor town of Mobile, Alabama. Moved to Key West, Florida, where he found his voice, his website says.
Oh
One of
yeah.
his first songs to draw attention was Come Monday from his 1974 album Living and Dying in Three Quarters Time. Years later, he told David Letterman, this is a song that kept me from killing myself in a Howard Johnson's in Marin County. It hit, I paid the rent, got my dog out of the pound, and the rest is history. It notably included the line, I got my hush puppies on. I guess I was never meant for glitter rock and roll, staking his claim to going his own laid back way. Big Dog, I interrupted you. You wanted to say something?
Oh no, I was just agreeing with a lot of what you were just saying. I was just like, yes.
Yeah, we're getting that confirmation right now. Thank you, Elizabeth. And Jay, yes, what? No. Yeah. He, he's an amiable singer-songwriter with a penchant for clever wordplay. Oh my goodness, yes. Buffett largely ignored pop music trends and was never a hit maker or an MTV darling. His Gulf and Western style married country and Caribbean music. He famously put Margaritaville on the map in 1977. It was his only top 10 song and became his signature. His opening lines became instantly identifiable. Nibbling on sponge cake, watching the sun bake all of the tourists covered with oil. And the chorus has been part of countless sing-songs. Wasted away again in Margaritaville, searching for my lost shaker of salt. Some people claim there's a woman to blame, but I know it's my own damn fault. I was never ever going to try to sing that because I think I would butcher and enormously insult the individual. Folks, I'm going to go ahead and put that article in the chat room. And if you guys want to check it out, it is there on MSN.com, but it is directly to the CNN article, the first one that came up. Wow, Big Dog.
Yep, lost another icon. But you know what? He is moving, but he did it his way. You know, you got to keep your hat off to that, and the fact that he decided because of the Margaritaville song, saying, "You know what? I'm going to make a bar. I'm going to call it Margaritaville, and I'm going to put it in Cabo, and I'm going to put it in the Bahamas, and I'm just going to live life." And that's exactly what he did.
Definitely went to the beat of his own drum. Clearly. Oh, Elizabeth. Yes, Jay, you're welcome. Elizabeth says, been in his bar in Cabo. He was there that night.
Yeah,
We were with our
yeah,
scuba group.
yeah. He very famously would just show up to one of the bars that he owned, depending on where he was, I guess, and would just interact with the fans. And or a lot of people didn't even recognize him, but they were like, "Oh, that can't be Jimmy Buffett. What is he doing here?"
Ladies and gentlemen, it is official, and I have confirmed it on several real media websites that he has passed away. It is coming in through Reuters, NBC, ABC, and of course the aforementioned MSN and CNN. Wow.
What? TMZ hasn't reported it yet? How dare you're slipping.
I probably do not get a very high feed on TMZ right now because only that's interesting because even though I'm involved in entertainment stuff, I guess just to the site I went right now in my search. TMZ did not. But yeah, that's funny. Very good, Big Dog. They did not. They did not break it. So, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Sadly, Jimmy Buffett, 76, is now in the eternal Margaritaville. I may go out tonight and I may have myself a margarita as well. And who knows, if the big dog doesn't have plans, maybe we'll go watch a baseball game at a bar. Who knows? We'll see. Hey, maybe we'll go visit my famous barkeep. Never know.
She working it out.
Not that I know these things, but yes, yes. We had, and funny, she did text me one day, and um, she did text me when I asked. I said I was in on Tuesday. This was like 2 weeks ago. She goes, I know. I'm sorry, I took the day off. I said, well, I expected you in, and there was a comment. It was a little sharp comment. This is the sharpest I've ever had with her, which was really funny. She's really nice. Big Dog has met her. She's really good people, huh, Big Dog?
Oh yeah, she's very sweet.
Oh my God, yes. But she is as what. Remember how the keyboards would say, "What you see is what the keyboard, whatever." She's really cool. She's at the Applebee's in Montclair on Monte Vista, and I call her my barkeep. And I'm in Sheldon denial, right? So, all right, Jay. Seriously, when we go off air, we will talk. I don't know if Big Dog has any plans because he was doing grandpa duties last week. Big Dog.
It was yeah the previous 2 weeks, but yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
Well, I meant
the
the birthday was last week, was it
oh
not?
yeah, last week was yes, last Saturday was his birthday. Had a
And as
grand
I
old
told the
time.
world, Mason is now 5, and Big Dog was just like, you know what, Scorekeeper? He gave me the look on air. It was like,
I did
I
not.
regret not being at the studio. It was, oh, no, you see, look at that little smile. It was one of those where he's thinking to himself, if I were at the studio, I would have bitch slapped this guy. Yeah. So, all kidding aside, again,
Uh,
folks, sorry. Go ahead, Big Dog.
ju- I was just gonna say one little tidbit about the party. So he has cousins that
Yeah, you
of
did,
course
Big Dog.
that are close to his age. There's a what the when and they're a little more rambunctious than he is.
Really?
So when we were doing the happy birthday song and they were right around there, they have a bad habit of blowing out the candle before the birthday person. So as we're singing the song, as we're getting to like the last verse, Mason almost jumps out of his chair and starts blowing out the candle to blow it out before they could get to it.
Because he knows.
He knows.
Now, okay, folks, that's actually kind of funny because in the Latin world, that is very common. That is where the kids screw with each other. It's funny.
So yeah, so he jumped in and blew out the candle before we were done finished singing. He blew it out.
Now, what's funny, Big Dog, is Elizabeth did have this comment. She goes, yes, you did, Big Dog. And I think she remembers last Saturday the face you made, which I'm talking about. It was one of those where you're like,
No.
yes. So, yeah. We have not had one early on, but folks, I think Sports Talk with the Guys might actually, because we haven't gone anywhere in a long time. Secretly, I am in talks for a trip to Las Vegas that we will take the show on the road. Don't know when it'll happen, but I have made contact with certain entities in Las Vegas, but we'll see. A lot of it depends on my health, just because I'm either able to travel or not, and we'll see. So we love doing this, and it's cool. It is something that we've been doing for 15 years, and it's just absolutely awesome. Yes, Jay. Oh boy. Oh boy. So sometimes you just got to get out of the house. But travel is very difficult for me. So we'll see.
Jay's coming with us, right? Jay's coming with us,
Well,
right?
he did say, oh boy. I do know that I'm trying to get Jay to go to a hockey game this year because he's never been to a hockey game. That shouldn't be a big deal. Big Dog and I have been to basketball games. We've been to uh baseball game. Big Dog, have we haven't done a football game, have we? No, huh?
Not together, no.
No. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see moving forward. But right now, who knows? We'll do a hockey game. But I know Jay has not been to one, so I'd like to go. And got to make it a party. So, welcome one and all. We do have quite a few people watching this morning. Why don't you let us know who you are and where you hail from? This is Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday. Folks, we are going to have the professionals on this Wednesday, And I think I'm going to establish a committee this week that I'd like the big dog to head up on Sports Talk with the guys, so that they can make the rules for this week, for this year. And my unilateral decision will be the big dog heading up the committee. And whether it's a committee of one or a committee of 10, I would like them to meet this week so they can go over that stuff. So Jay says
What
he's
time?
done baseball, basketball, and football.
What time on Wednesday?
Oh, it's okay. What time? We don't have to
Well,
go at
no,
6.
there's supposed to be a scheduled Comics 101 on Wednesday, but I guess my compatriot did not schedule it, I assume. So I
Uh,
will have to look into that.
well, right now it's always actually we can have both, and I think we did have both on that, because on the first Wednesday it's been Sports Talk with the guys only. And if we're going to have Comics 101, actually, let me check the calendar on NDB Media the way that we have it. So forgive me, folks. And I'll give you all the schedule where you
Oh, you
can
know what?
check.
I'm sorry. I apologize. We did. We moved it because I like the second Wednesday of the month.
Okay.
So you're right. My bad. I'm for
Actually,
whatever
no,
reason
not
I'm a week
right.
ahead of.
Thank you. I was not right. I was saying, let's check the calendar. Thank you for that, big dog. But no, I was not. So, good morning, Tanya. You can always go ahead and join us if you like, young lady, and we'll see. So it looks like Comics 101 will be on the second one. Thank you for that, big
Yes.
dog. But I want to go over the schedule.
Schedule.
The schedule. I'm sorry. Oh, I guess I have it under the NDB Media tab. Oops, sorry. So here is the link. There's nothing you can do because you have to have password access to change it. So I'm going to place it in the chat room. It is on the NDB Media page anyway, but here it is. And I'm going to go to the screen right now just so we can take a look at it, just for conversational purposes, to see what we already have scheduled. And folks, you can always check it out to see what we have. It's kind of neat because Michael does update this regularly. Yes, hi, Ice Princess. That's directly from Jay. We're going to go to it right now. This is the best way that we can do it. This is the internal calendar that we all have, and we keep track of it. So there it is. The professionals are set up for right now 6 p.m. But folks, that is a bit negotiable. We ask you to bear with us because we may have another guest joining us on the 13th. We don't know yet. Thank you, Tanya. Appreciate it. She says she's going to be joining us shortly. We have the professionals on 6 p.m. Now at 4 o'clock, Travel Talk Radio have returned. Folks, you got to check it out. This is the author of Spider-Hole, Bob Nessoff, world famous AP war correspondent. I mean, the real Bob Nessoff is on our network, and he does a program called Travel Talk Radio on our digital outlet. He's going to be going through the video training, and he's going to be doing it live on StreamYard. So we have it now. But you can find him right now at blogtalkradio.com/NDB Media. He's doing Travel Talk. On Thursday, Travel Itch Radio, the world famous Dan Schlossberg. I mean, this guy's belting out baseball books like there's no tomorrow. And he is on our network. And it's also my fault for not talking about him more often, but he's there. And next year, he's also going to be moving over to the video portion. So he's going to be on at 5 p.m. Pacific time every Thursday from January through till the Thursday before Thanksgiving. That's his season. So just heads up. But this week, we have the professionals at 6 p.m. Star Wars Ahsoka at 6 p.m. on the 7th. And, of course, Sports Talk with the guys on Saturday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. And then Lower Decks will be Saturday in the evening. So we're doing Lower Decks at that point. Mercedes de la Cruz returns on September 11th. You know her from the Sci-Fi Channel program, The Ark. And she is the first of 5 consecutive months of professionals from the Ark. All we can tell you is that the Ark is returning for a second season, and that's all that we can tell you. When the guests join us, there will be no talk in the second season. Not that we've agreed to an NDA, but we are not allowed to discuss anything related to second season. So take it for what it is. We will have Glenn L. Wolf will be joining us on September 18th. And don't forget, NDB Media kicks off Monday night in America, year 16, either September 25th or September 26th. So check it out. So that's a quick look at the calendar. Big Dog, go ahead.
Is that not talking about season 2? Is that because of the strike?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. All kidding aside, I'm not able to even admit to whether there's an NDA or not. All I can do is hint that the fact is we've been asked by NBC Universal, by Sci-Fi Portal, Sci-Fi, sorry, the channel, and Electric Entertainment not to discuss season 2.
So you have an NDA on your NDA?
Yeah, isn't that funny? So all kidding aside, we've been asked not to discuss it. Very simple. We're going to keep that quiet. It is shocking to us that we have that agreement, but look at how many people we had from the Ark this last year. So does this portend to many other things from NBC Universal? Michael will have a cow if I say yes. So I had to phrase it that way. So I did not say yes. I just said Michael will have a cow if I say yes. So take that for what it is. We're terribly excited. We are moving forward. It's really exciting. So, all right. All good stuff. And good morning to the Ice Queen. How are you, young lady?
I'm just waking up.
Morning, Tanya.
I will do my best to lower my
Hi,
voice.
Big Dog.
I will do my best. How you doing, young lady? And
Okay.
I hope everything is going well with
Me.
you. There was a personal request on the personal site on Facebook. Duh, on your personal site there was a personal request. I am stuttering this morning. That's not internet lag either. I hope everything is well with you.
Yeah, can't complain. I have a job. I'm employed, so I'm good. And I'm going to Disney in 2 weeks. So
There you go.
That is awesome. Yes. So that is cool. And Ari, oh, that's funny. Hi, Michael Day. We're getting some comments already. Since Big Dog is driving, this is not a shock. I'm going to ask Tanya to handle the con, which is not a shock. I'm turning the con over to you for about a minute. My coffee is ready. I just want to go back and get it. I'm going to be right around the corner, but I won't be able to hear. I will be back in under a
the
minute.
only thing that I'd probably be talking about is Ahsoka. Once you said Ahsoka, I was like, well, I can't wait anymore. Now I got to jump on because Ahsoka is fantastic. I'm about to break out my Ahsoka Tano lightsabers.
There you go.
You know, Tanya, we're pleased with it. And my only comment to you right now, and by all means, go ahead and jump in, is that episode 3 was
no spoilers,
a
I haven't
bridge.
seen it yet.
Okay. You have the con.
Once
Oh,
he
that
said
was
that, I was
funny.
like, oh, he's about to spoil something. Stop! Just stop! I can't have that. Yeah, no. My husband was off on Wednesday because he had to take his father for chemo. And my husband hadn't slept for because my husband sleeps. He works nights, so he works from 6 p.m. to 3 a.m. for UPS. Yeah. So if he has to take his father for chemo, he takes the day off because chemo's forever.
Yeah.
So he hadn't slept at all. So I come home from work, and I got home at midnight? A little after midnight. And I was like, cool. So we're watching Ahsoka. And he looks at me. He's like, yeah, but I'm kind of tired. I'm like, what's your point? It's Ahsoka. And he's like, yeah, but I was like, son of a biscuit. That's fine. I'm going to bore you with an NCIS marathon now because you do not want to watch Ahsoka because you're too, quote unquote, tired. Had you not played with your stupid PlayStation and instead had taken a nap, we could have watched Ahsoka. But it's fine. It's all good.
May we have his first name right now?
Why?
Because I wanted to thank him on air because he is a very tolerant, gracious man. We actually caught him on video one time. Remember when he was reaching
Oh,
for
yeah.
something behind? And you know what? And maybe you want to keep the stuff private, but I'm going to thank him indirectly. I think I know who he is. I've seen your post. I just don't recall
Oh,
the
yeah,
name
no.
right
His
now.
name
So.
is Johnny.
Yes, that's right. I should have remembered. Johnny, we profusely thank you because you never, at least that we know, you never send any messages to her saying, "What the hell are you doing? Get out of there. Let's go do." He's always been gracious in that
Uh,
never interrupts you, never does anything
You give him
while
to
you're on with us.
That's because Johnny knows the golden rule.
Okay.
Happy wife, happy life. Simple.
He also knows, like, if I'm on video or what have you, you leave me the hell alone. No, but honestly, you give him too much credit because, like I said, he works until 3 in the morning, so he doesn't get home until 6 in the morning. So then he ends up just sleeping. So right now he's sleeping, and he doesn't wake up till like 2 or 3, or until I say he's been sleeping too long. It's time to get his ass up because we got things to do.
Oh,
it takes him 3 hours to get home. Wow.
Depending on how MTA is running, which is usually like crap at that hour.
Wow.
hey, Tanya, I remember what you talked about. I'm sorry, Ice Princess. I remember what you talked about your commute prior to when you worked at the retail store. And I remember how long it would take, and you shared with us some of the really frightening, harrowing stories. Now, what does your commute, what's it looking like now? I know it's different because of the hours that you work, but
Yeah.
what's your commute look like?
Well, I mean, it's gonna go back to what it was back in January, but I drive, and it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I love driving. Everybody's like, "Oh my God, you're driving on the FDR drive," and I'm like, "I know, and it's great because I have the water right there that keeps me calm, so I don't beat the hell out of somebody when somebody cuts me off." And then I'm blasting my music, or I'm listening to a Joyce Meyer's podcast.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, appreciate that, Big Dog. I think Big Dog's actually now at home outside, and he's going to be walking into the studio. What is the weather like where you're at right now? Because the summer of Southern California continues. Big Dog
I
said
wish.
it began to rain where he is in Riverside, which is about 25 minutes away, just cruising on one of the larger streets here. And I didn't get rain till I guess overnight. I woke up at 5 a.m., walk out, I'm like, oh, it's raining. Oops. So there's a little bit of rain. Not right now, but it was nice after Hurricane Hillary hit, which, folks, again, most people in Southern California took in stride because we knew the amount of water coming in, we were going to be okay. I think in the back of our minds, we were worried about the wind. That's what I was worried about, and we didn't get any to the east winds. And to the east of us, the desert was hit bad because they did get the winds. So and the water. So
Well,
LA did well.
here it's sweater weather.
Yeah,
It is
really.
cold. 3 nights ago, I got out of work at like 11:30 at night. I walk outside. I like my cute little outfit, what have you, and I was like, "It's gonna be hot. It'll be fine." And I walk outside. I was like, "Oh, who made it November? What the hell?" I was like, "Of course,
Yes.
the day that I don't bring my sweater, that's the day."
Oh, that is funny. And forgive me, Tanya. You, because of what you do in real life, I understand your speech patterns, but forgive me, Tanya, I absolutely adore it, and it is cute when yeah, like right now when you were talking about the weather, your real New York attitude came to the fore, and it's really cool because you do have a professional speech. You do, which is cool.
Yeah.
But when the real Tanya, not that you're fake, but when the real Tanya, it's funny. I like it.
Well, yeah, because you have professional, and then you have, okay, this is who I am.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah,
funny
which is-
because when I'm doing something like Hispanic Heritage Month, I'm the real me. Like, I don't care who you are. We're having a good time, what have you. So I'm just going to be like, oh my God, so what are we doing? Tell me a little bit. And then they'll say something. And I'm like, oh my God, I know. And it's fantastic. And I love this. And they're like, yeah. And then we got to do this. And I'm like, right? So, yeah. No, when I do like Hispanic Heritage Month, it's pretty much everybody's like my best friend. So.
I hear you. Yeah, that is cool. And I tell you, and folks, I've said it, usually when you're gone, Tanya, I always say, and maybe I've already said it publicly, we do live our life through you. We live it vicariously because you were, okay, I didn't mean to say were, but you were when with us, and now you are who you are. And that's why at first I'd always say, gee, Tanya's in the chat room. Damn, she must not be feeling well if she's slumming it with us. Remember, Big Dog? I would always say that. It's like, okay, she's not well. And I know I shouldn't say that, but I mean it in a good way because you did hit. You kept it going. You did your studies, and you went out there and you busted your hiney to be where you are. And again, I know I shouldn't, but damn proud of you, woman. I am.
Aw,
You
thanks.
know what you wanted. Our claim to fame, Big Dog and I will always laugh and say, she was on our network.
Yep.
And that was
claim,
very real. Oh, Big Dog.
our claim to fame is we get to say we know Tanya.
Yeah. Her debut was on the network.
Yep.
Yeah.
I came back with you guys talking about Hispanic Heritage Month. And as soon as I heard Tanya say that, or you said that, I immediately thought about last year's fiasco with DC Comics. So let's hope that doesn't happen again this year.
What happened?
Oh, yeah, you're not really a DC girl, huh? You're more Marvel, aren't you?
No. She's
Or is
a
it no, it's the other way
fan.
around. No, I take it back. I take it back. So I'm surprised you didn't hear about it. They did
Wow.
special covers for Hispanic Heritage Month last year.
Uh-huh.
And the artist, especially the Green Lantern artist, which is Kyle Radner, because Kyle's background is he's half Hispanic. So they had him, and they had him in a superhero type pose for Hispanic Heritage Month with the background, and I think they had either a Puerto Rican flag or a Cuban flag or something like that, kind of in the background. But they had him holding 2 bags of tamales. And the artist, evidently that was added in after the fact, after the artist turned the artwork in. And when he saw because he gets sent, like a promo of it, of what they're going to be doing, or a preview, and he's like, I didn't no, I did not paint that or draw it. And like, oh well, for Hispanic Heritage Month, blah blah blah. And he's like, no, if you guys are going with that, you take my name off of that cover. I do not want to be associated with that cover. And they did it throughout a few of their covers. With Hawk Girl, because I believe she's Cuban now. They had her serving at a cafe. She was a waitress. And then there was another cover that I can't remember which one it was, but there was a third cover that they did something to that. And luckily there was enough backlash before the covers came out. They pulled all the covers and did the original, what the artist had drawn. So like the original one would, yeah. So, but they got it. I'm surprised you guys didn't hear about it last year.
I think she did. Okay. But not that I am a stalker in any way, and you can take that however you want. Tanya had a big deal going on last year with the Spanish Heritage Month. You had a lot going on, I remember, and there were a lot of interviews. You were doing a big program, weren't you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, she's remembering. Yes.
And then we also had a town hall, which I did, which they made me the host for, and I did that for the first time.
How was that?
I live my life vicariously through Tanya. I pay attention to what she does. That's why. And Big Dog, I think that's the only reason why she missed it. She had a lot on her plate last year.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't have heard about it either. The only reason why I heard about it is because that particular artist, I follow him on Instagram, and he was just outraged And
Yeah.
once he started, then all those other covers came out saying, "Oh, look what they did with Hot Girl! Look what they did with." Can't remember the third cover, but I know there were three covers that were very insulting to the Hispanic heritage, and especially the one with Kyle Ragnar holding 2 bags of tamales. I don't know how they thought that was okay.
Well, because they're dumber than a 10-pound sack of stupid.
I like that.
I love you.
That is a definite saying from someone from New York.
That was good. That definitely was good. Oh my goodness.
You know what? And it kind of pisses me off because DC, I love DC. I'm obsessed with DC. DC is my thing. I mean, I have DC artwork and what have you.
Yes.
And I worked for Warner Brothers at one point, and it was all DC all the time. For them to do something like that,
Yeah. And actually have it get back past the editors, because it usually goes through one or two editors at least, and they both thought it was okay.
A lot of people have to sign off on that, dude.
yeah.
Yeah, there've been a lot of heads that should have rolled on that
Oh,
one.
yes.
Yeah, but you cover it up. One complaint that I have, especially when it came to the Star Wars new movies, is how Kathleen Kennedy stayed very quiet about it. She said, no, 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 no. She was just as responsible because it was her final sign off. And then the studio actually gets a final sign off. So for them to refer to Rain Johnson as doing what he did on his own, no, there's way too much money. Folks, look, I know a lot of people say that he went rogue and stuff. So that was a $300 million movie. Okay. No one is going to let anyone do anything for free. The only two people that can pretty much do something on their own and get away with it is someone by the name of Steven Spielberg and some other guy named James Cameron. And even then, they don't get away with. But if they want to do a project, the studios are usually like, they're there's very few people that get to do whatever they want to do. So I know I went off on tangent on that one. I do apologize, but it was good stuff. I know Tanya has her budding business. If she will kindly give us that link or an update on what she is doing, maybe she has some images. Go ahead, Big Dog, please.
So Tanya,
Yeah, what's up?
this is what it was. I don't know if you can see. There's the original cover. There's the original cover, and then on this side is the holding the bag of tamales.
That's
You
That
know,
was last. That was
is
last year.
that's ignorant.
Yeah.
That's just ignorant.
it just makes me violent. Like, I just want to get.
So in the original cover, he's got the lantern, and the background is a Mexican flag. And then with the edited cover, he's holding a bag of tamales. And the other hand is holding a flag that says "Viva Mexico."
Let me say one thing to that before Tanya jumps in. We talked about this over the
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Rice thing, okay, before the video. And I surmised back then, which is probably what happened now. I'm not going to say it was any good, but I think someone was screwing around and they did one of those jokes internally, okay? They drew an image and amongst the staff, they laughed. And you know what happened? Someone screwed up and they used the wrong image. The image that was the joke is the one that went public. Folks, whether it's insensitive or not, in my story, it's things happen, and I admit that people are stupid,
Yep.
but it's kept under wraps. You share it amongst yourselves. And I'm not saying it's not right. It's just I've seen it. It happens. And in this case, I think that when they went with the cover, they went with the joke cover as opposed to the real one. Because if that was the real one, yeah. Yeah. Yes. Elizabeth, I didn't skip over your comments. Elizabeth says,
He's
such a way
right.
to keep the stereotype. No
Yeah.
wonder people get the wrong idea. Damn, I remember that crap. And then I don't think ignorance says it well enough. It's worse. Okay, well, I'm just old, so I have to measure my levels of hatred. I do. Well, sorry. I just, there's so much stupid. What did Forrest Gump say? Which was, showing us the future. Stupid is as stupid does. It is, man.
I don't know. I
It
never
is.
saw the movie.
You've never seen Forrest Gump?
Nope.
Oh my God.
When Forrest Gump came out, I wasn't allowed to watch it. My parents were like, "No." I was like, "Okay, no big deal." I don't know. My parents were really weird because there were things that I was allowed to watch that maybe I shouldn't have watched, and then things that I wanted to watch that I wasn't allowed to watch that I should have been able to watch. And then I was just like, okay.
Well, if you have a chance, that is actually a very well-made movie. At least I thought so. And it's worth sitting down for at least one time to watch, just
Tanya?
because of the interactions and the implications of everything that he was actually responsible for that he never even knows about.
Let me try it this way. Director Bob Zemeckis, Roger Rabbit, Back to the Future, among other things, and Tom Hanks. How about
Yes.
that? Okay, how about that? Look at it that way. Bob Zemeckis is a good director.
I don't think that movie could have worked as well as it did without Tom Hanks.
Now, was that before he was a jerk or while
Tom Hanks is a jerk? I haven't heard that one.
Oh, yeah, no, he even admitted it. He even said that for while he was the absolute worst father on God's green earth. He was like, yeah, no, I was an asshole. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, he wasn't the nicest guy. He even admits it.
That might have been during that time then, because I mean, Forrest Gump was done a while ago. So
Forrest Gump was either 92 and 93, and Philadelphia, I'm forgetting the other, was either 92. That's when
yeah, it was like the following year,
I
right?
was going to say that's when Forrest Gump won 2 consecutive Academy Awards. No, that's when Tom Hanks won 2 consecutive Academy Awards. And folks,
But yeah, I mean, personally, I like watching it. Like I said, just for the historic things that happened, that he supposedly is part of, and it starts when he was a kid. All I'll say is it starts with the kid with Elvis, and goes all the way through till Watergate or so, and all the things that happened in between that people make like literally millions of dollars off of that he was responsible for, but that he doesn't know about it. But they're like little Easter eggs throughout the entire movie, so it's really fun to watch.
it really is. Jay, is that your favorite movie? Really Forrest Gump? That's interesting. It's
Yeah.
history, yes, talking about it. It's the everyman being involved in history, and he was just an observer of history and
Would you
what he
say
did.
would you say it's a love story though?
Oh,
His
I'll have to
love,
analyze.
I mean, his love for, I mean, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to root for Tanya, but I mean, it's someone he falls in love with at the very beginning and loves till the very end.
That's interesting. I haven't done an analysis of the movie that way, but from the director's point of view, the writer and all that stuff, it was every man, uh, meaning all of us, passing through history. So that's why it might very well be. Hey, look, Aliens, folks, in its pure sense of the form,
The
is a
love
love
story.
story. It is the love between a mother and a daughter. It really is. I know it's crazy. Now Elizabeth says yes, it's a love story. Jay says Jenny. Now the T-shirt, yes, which was damn funny. It's how this every man who is a dunce, as many people think he is, how he affected the world. It's a commentary of every man and the effect on its world. So it's kind of cool. But that's from the directors. That's not my analysis. Elizabeth says she is of Jewish and American indigenous descent, so I don't take stupid well. Roz says she took a nap. She says, hey there. And Jay, you asked a question, and I'm not able to find it. So if you want to ask it again, I'm so sorry, buddy. And he asked, "Did you see Flight?" This is with what's his face, right? If it's the movie I'm
Like,
thinking, I've seen Flight. Yeah,
is that one with Liam Neeson?
no, no.
Okay.
If the one that I'm
Maybe.
thinking of, this is where in Philadelphia he plays the attorney. Denzel, thank you. Denzel Washington is the pilot. Yes, that's a good movie. I like that one. So Jay's quoting, "I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is." Yes, yeah, because he's constantly asked throughout the movie, "Are you stupid?" And it resonates. It's really good. Sally Fields is in that movie, Tanya.
Yes.
Figure that. Sally Fields.
No S. Fields.
Sally Fields, uh, Tom Hanks, Robert Zemeckis. So there's a few things. Good morning, Gridiron Girl. And she says, "Good morning to Tanya, Roxy, Big Dog, and of course, Scorekeeper." Thank
Gridiron
you.
Girl, what's up?
Yes. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So another comment by everyone. Look, Tanya, this is crazy. There are a lot of comments on the movie. It did create one of the best real life veteran support groups, the Lieutenant Dan Band, and the huge support to veterans and their families. Out out of a movie. So has Tanya been to Hobby Lobby? That's the question, Tanya.
Ah,
Yes,
look at that big
love it.
smile.
It's fantastic. It's the devil.
Because of her creative arts. Yes.
Oh my God, I go broke in that place. But you know what? It's so addicting. My dad and my husband both love going there. Sometimes my dad goes to my mom and is like, you know what? We're not doing anything today. Want to go to Hobby Lobby? Like, you have to ask.
Before Hobby Lobby and Big Dog, I don't know if he knows
Michael.
this.
Michael's.
Well, I was about to say that yes, that's correct, but I was even go a little bit further. Before it became Michael's, there was or before we had Michael's, there was one major store in downtown Los Angeles, and I think it was off Wall Street. Uh, Los Angeles, different Wall Street.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It was called Muscatel's. Did you ever, Big Dog, know of that one?
I remember hearing of it. I never visited it.
It was in downtown, so you had a park underground. Well, not underground, but in the lower level, and you went upstairs, and it was immense. It was immense. Michael's, many of the stores are actually smaller than the original Muscatel's, but it is now a Michael's as well. So we had Michael's. We still have Michael's. They're still around.
Oh
And now
yeah.
we have Hobby Lobby. I'm sorry.
I was saying, oh yeah, Michael's is still around. Hobby Lobby is Michael's on steroids.
So you've been to a Hobby Lobby? I've not been there yet.
No,
That's my
I've never
fault.
been there, but I've heard about it.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta go. But if you're gonna go to Hobby Lobby, go with a budget. Bring cash only. Leave the credit cards at home.
That's funny. I like it. It's an amazing place. Jay says, been there yesterday. Love it. Elizabeth says, Michael's was my happy place. I hear you. And all right, she's in SoCal. Well, I mean, she's in California. Michael's, yes. And Ross says, I miss my beat stores in Manhattan. We had to pick up some prescription medications yesterday, and my daughter, my youngest, I could tell she was hankering for something. And I said, "Okay, where do you want to go? Where do you want to go?" And she says, "Can we go to the Exxon store, Extra Mile, because of all the large service retail, they have iced coffee. She loves iced coffee, and she likes going there because of the flavors they have. So we'll go to the Extra Mile now." But she was a bit hungry, so we went to, is it Chipotle? Well, we went there, and the mall that we went to on Indian Hill, just south of the 10 freeway where the Norms is, there were about 8 stores closed, just vacant. Unbelievable. I was shocked by that. Just absolutely shocked.
That's not really a good area to have a shopping center. I mean, especially with with Montclair right across the street, pretty much.
You have all the car dealerships right there. You have a very busy intersection. It used to be you have a supermarket there, and it's a lot of traffic. And but the malls in America are dying. It was sad to see an entire section
Actually,
of the mall.
Well, it's not really a
that's
mall.
fake
It's like a
news.
strip mall. I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry.
That's
Mm.
fake news. Malls, shopping malls are actually up by 12%.
And when you say up by 12%, do you refer to the
People going
sale?
to malls and shopping. People are shopping more and more at malls again, and so retailers are starting to rethink malls and open up new stores in malls. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm just like also trying to like set up so that I can start working on some crafting stuff.
Well, can do. Do you have anything that you wish to show us?
Not just yet, but I'll let you know when.
Okay, cool. Is your website up? I know last time we had you on, we were talking about your website.
Yeah, I mean it is, but it's not doing anything because I only have one thing on there right now because I don't have anything else to sell, which is why I have to start crafting again.
Okay. Are
But
you going to do your Christmas cards again?
that's actually what I'm working on now. I'm working on a template to see different designs on what I'm going to do.
For
I'm
once, I get in first. Already you have another tentative order for 10 cards.
Oh, you want 10?
Well, that's what you last time.
Okay.
I
10
think
cards.
it was
Where's
10.
my notebook so I can write this down?
So am I your first official order for Christmas cards?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Let me know how much it'll be when you finally determine what it's going to be, and
Okay.
just send me either an email or an invoice. I forget how we did it last year. Just do what you normally do, but I have committed. I saved one of her cards because I there's value to her cards, and I saved it for me personally. So I used 9 of them last year, and all 9 people that received them were like, "Wow." These are nice, Rod, because they know I have a little craft in me, and they said, "Wow, Raj, this is creative." I said, "Oh, no, 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 no. This is so and so." So, uh, you, I don't recall if you have your connection on the back side of the card where you put your name and your
Yeah.
created by. Okay, see, because I wasn't looking on the back side. I opened them up, wrote in there, and I mailed them off, and it was beautiful. And when Tanya sends them, they're packaged in a beautiful package in and of itself. And yeah, Rosalind says she agrees with me. Tanya's cards are amazing. They're all made by hand, and there is a premium to them. I am the guy that's out there on December 26th buying Christmas cards.
For
Okay,
the
you
following
all know
year.
it's a joke, right? Yeah, I'm always doing that, but I'm kind of lessening that because I'm spending a premium on her cards. They're worth it. So if my word means anything, you'll see she'll be showing them to us. So I think it's kind of cool that she's working on them right now. So I'm going to put in another order for 10 already. So I'm really
Okay.
thrilled that I'm your first one already for this year.
Well, yeah, because I'm doing like glitter foil now.
Oh,
So
Ooh.
this one is actually going to be like a,
I
well, if
wish.
it comes out the way that I'm thinking, I want to do it like an ornament. So you'll be able to detach it from the card and hang it as an ornament on a Christmas tree if you celebrate Christmas.
Wow, that is neat. That is cool. So Jay asks, Halloween? Hmm.
I'm actually doing Halloween tumblers, but if people want Halloween cards, I can make Halloween cards. That's not a problem.
Okay. Yeah. Tanya, moving forward, I'm not going to ask. I'm going to require it. Yeah, right. Yeah, look at that. Look, I'm going to require it from you to be ready to go on the program to sell the wares because your stuff works, woman. It's really good. So,
Well, thank you. I sent Dreem his cup. I don't know if he ever got it, and if he did get it, if he liked it.
Dream is on a whirlwind. He is uprooting his life right now. It's not that he's gone incommunicado. The man is uplifting. I mean, he is moving from Louisiana to Arizona. He's shutting his business entity down as far as he goes. No, 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 no.
Oh.
As far as he goes, and he's moving it west. The store, the restaurant itself is going to continue, but him and his portion of it is moving west, and
Huh.
that's a significant endeavor. And he and his wife are doing it on their own. So, and of course, the wife and the daughter have already moved over. They're getting
Uh-huh.
her in school. There's a lot. There is. So, just keep that in mind. And Dream is not with us because of his heavy plate right now. Otherwise, he would be joining us.
I
So,
mean,
Yeah,
that's perfect.
he's going to be there till October, and then he said he's moving permanently to Arizona in November.
Oh.
yeah. So I know how he operates, and it's good for him. I'm glad he's very busy doing that. But okay, all right. So folks, we're entering here the third hour here on Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday, and we are thankful that everyone has joined us. Folks, don't forget, I just did ask the Big Dog a short while ago. So I think on the Facebook community, the Big Dog is going to be going over the requirements that are going to be for our football calling this year. Hopefully, he'll be ready to go on Wednesday. The professionals will be discussing football this Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific time and everything that comes forward. So Big Dog will be able to let us know what the rules will be for our pool play moving forward because our first game will be this Thursday. So we appreciate it. And oh, there it is. There's Gridiron Girl. That for a year and a half, that little face would annoy the crap out of me. And it doesn't work anymore, Gridiron Girl, because
Yeah,
I know what you're doing. I know what you're up to, woman. So it's okay. So we are now entering the third hour here on Sports Talk with the Guys. And good stuff. Big Dog, any story that you'd like to get to right now?
no, I already talked about the NBA and the salary cap and stuff and all the ramifications of that. But as far as the football picks go, I will have the post up. Um, just like last season, I'll have the post up by uh Tuesday, sometime Tuesday, Wednesday at the latest. So you guys will have a day to a day and a half to pick your Thursday game.
And this post will be on the Sports Talk with the Guys page on Facebook, correct, Big Dog?
Yes, same as usual.
Okay, no one has authority to the Facebook page right now, and I apologize.
Okay,
As you
yeah, I
know,
was gonna check that. So
we had some identity theft over this past summer, and I had not reset it, so I'm gonna have to do that probably today, and I'm gonna make sure you have it. So, Big Dog and I will be in coordination. Either he's gonna post the games or I'll post the games because I know I traditionally did some of it as well, and we're going to be working on that. But we're going to have our deadlines as to when to post the games. So you heard Big Dog already saying that Tuesday will be the games posted, at least for Thursday, if not all of them. I don't know.
yeah, I'll have them
But
all. I'll have them all there. I'm not just gonna do one.
okay. So, but on Wednesday we will be officially kicking off the season, and and I think we're going to be doing that at 6:30 p.m. when we start the professionals at 6. We're going to be going right into the picks at 6:30, which will be well, how many games? Is it just one this Thursday?
Yes. Let me make sure, but I'm pretty sure it's just one game.
Okay. And we'll see. But right now, it is what it
Yeah,
is.
just the one game. Lions or Chiefs.
What was so cool about last year? No, I've not seen the movie Wildcats. Um, Probably should. But
Yeah, that
last
was a
year
funny one.
was the first time ever that everyone that played in more than 4 weeks, which was almost everyone that took picks, you know, and in other words, they were here almost all the time. Everyone had a 500 or above record. First time ever in the NFL game picking on here on Sports Talk with the Guys, which is really cool. That was nice. So we do have one game. It's the Lions and the Chiefs. It will be on Thursday, September 7th at 5:20 p.m. Pacific time. It's on NBC. So the Thursday night game in America. Yeah, we review Ahsoka on Thursdays. So who knows? There might be a change. We'll see. we'll see. But Ahsoka only has, I think, 5 more weeks. So we'll see what happens. But all right, beyond that, looking at Major League Baseball, already went over the standings, already went over the scores. Big Dog, when does the NBA open up again? You mentioned that to us. Was it October 20th, I think?
I believe it's October 24th.
I'm sorry, October 24th.
Right now, hold on. Of course, I already printed up the Lakers schedule.
Really? Jay says it was Goldie Hawn. Oh, you know what? Maybe I have seen that one.
Yeah, the 24th is the first game of the season.
And NHL, I don't have my schedule. Oh, wait. I think I do have my schedule. I know where it is. Big Dog, give me one quick moment, please. I'll be right back.
No. The NHL, excuse me. Friday, September 22nd, for the Kings, anyways. I'm not sure if that's actually the first game of the season. I know that's a first. So I only follow the Kings and the Ducks. I believe Friday, September 22nd is the first game of the season. Scorekeeper still looking, as you can see. NHL.
Wow. I apologize. I hopefully didn't make too much noise when I was in the back there.
Couldn't hear anything.
Okay, that's good. No, I've misplaced my calendar. So
Tuesday, October 10th, with a triple header broadcast exclusively on ESPN, highlighted by the Vegas Golden Knights raising their championship banner against the Kraken.
again, the Las Vegas Golden Knights. Wow.
Not bad. They win a championship in their first 3 years. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, not bad at
They
all.
almost had that Cinderella season because remember their very first season they made it all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Wow.
So whoever is the owner or owners of the Golden Knights are jumping for joy. So in 3 years they have 2 Stanley Cup Finals appearances and 1 Stanley Cup. So
Yeah, it's a marvelously run organization. Jealous of them. They're doing very well. Kudos and congratulations to them. It's very easy for us to make fun of management, and we do, because that's our Ray Day Trey, and it is just too much fun. So, darn it.
Nobody heckles management better than me.
I am not prepared to argue that, Tanya.
I mean, Roger knows firsthand.
Yeah, and she don't care.
Nope.
Which is, it's fair. Hey, it works both ways, man. It does. They put a product out there. They want us to buy tickets, and we're entitled to our own opinions. I just think there is a limitation to the opinions. Big Dog and I know that when we go to games, we will get our money's worth of heckling the players, but we've never sworn at a player. We've never questioned, where their mama came from or anything. But do we make fun of players? Oh, wow. Okay, Tanya. Wow. All right. I'm impressed.
No, I mean, I've gone in on players. I mean, nobody heckles players like me either. Some of the things even I felt bad for saying when I think about it now, I'm like, oh, I can't believe I said that. That wasn't nice. What the hell was wrong with me? And then I remember who I was dating at the time, and then I'm like, oh yeah, okay. I get it now. I totally get it now.
Wow, that's funny.
No, I think you're a real bitch.
No.
I've gotten into fights at games.
Okay, but that's your sports passion. It is what it is. I don't even know if that's really even being one, because Gridiron Girl is incredibly passionate when it comes to her sports as well. And I would never call her that because she is really ruthless at times. And by the way, she is a Chargers fan. She is now, as much as it's whatever. She likes that quarterback, and she's been on it for 2 years now.
Boy, she goes
She's
from
a
one
Chargers
losing
fan.
team to another, doesn't she?
I wasn't going to say that.
Wow.
I wasn't going to say that.
Wow. Shots fired.
Oh, they've been taking a few more shots at each other now. We'll see.
What the
He was
hell?
here a moment ago. We shall see. Jay says had a cool song. The football in
Oh,
Wildcat.
yeah, Wildcats.
Yeah. Sunshine quarterback. So
All right. Oh, I guess I'm not making that now.
this is a lull as far as football because they're ready for the season. They cut down to 53 players
Yep.
and it's done. It's like it's there's a military term that they're in the position to hike the ball right now. It's like they're ready to go. They're ready to fire. And we're looking forward to an exciting NFL season. This is one of the first times, Big Dog, that I've been into it for several. We've been talking about this for over a month now. So we've never ever done that here on Sports Talk with the guys, and it's getting competitive. So, folks,
So is the New Jersey, New York area ready for Rogers Mania?
Bro.
oh wow,
That's why I did it. That's why I
speaking
did
of
it.
Hollywood, that wasn't even skipping a beat. That was Tanya listening to us, and the video was like,
I'm ready. Bring it, bitch.
Wow.
This is going to be a rivalry. I mean, the rivalry has already started. Aaron Rodgers cursing out one of the players on the Giants, like, keep your mouth shut. You know what? You focus on you. I focus on me. Shut your trap. Well, you know what, Rodgers? You started this nonsense when you came over here, so you better be ready.
Oh yeah, I will readily admit that if he starts in the first few games and he does not produce, as we all know, the New York media is relentless.
I'm excited.
Look at that evil smile.
I cannot wait. I want them to rip him to shreds. Oh, and they will. You don't screw around with Jets fans. Let me tell you.
That's true.
Like, it doesn't matter where you're from. You can be from freaking redneck country, and they will rip you a new one. Meanwhile, I'll just be sitting pretty over here laughing my ass off like, how'd that work out for you guys? Cool. Meanwhile, my Giants have how many rings? Cool. So yeah, this is going to be very entertaining season. New York is going to be on fire.
We're missing one of our regulars, and we've been missing now. This is at least the second week now. Aisha. So I just sent her a message. So I was like, yeah. And this is the second week now for Matt. Like, wow.
Well, he did say he was going to be gone 2 to 3 weeks. So.
Oh, he did?
So, yeah, something about work. Yeah, the last time he was on here, Roger. He did say he was going to be gone for at least 2,
Roger,
maybe 3 weeks.
I'm sorry, Tanya, what?
It's okay. We still love you.
I appreciate that because I don't even get close to recalling that. Usually when I forget something and someone says, no, we did this, I'm like, oh, okay, fine, whatever. And I will roll my eyes because I'm like, yeah, the old age is beyond kicking in. It's not kicking in. It's kicking my Jay says, are you talking about Rogers? Yes. It is, wow. I just don't even recall that. So I was like, oh, okay. I believe you. So in the last few years, I've used that to my advantage because people will tell me something. I told you. I'm like, oh, okay, sorry. People get very agitated with me, and I was like, I sorry, and I'll take the very dismissive attitude, and it really even irritates them even more so. So
Thou
anyway.
shalt not dismiss me.
I said dismissive attitude. I
Ah.
don't dismiss. Because then I'd be a lonely old man already. Well, oh shit, maybe I'm
Where?
already there, but that's okay.
Well,
But
since the two,
hopefully everything is well with Aisha because I have not seen
yes, I
her
hope so also.
for about 2 weeks.
I would like to get the baseball guru's opinion, and of course Tanya's
Uh-oh.
opinion also, since she is a baseball specialist. Um,
Yes, she is.
I am utterly disgusted in my Angels that they pretty much did everything but actually admit that they're tanking the rest of the season. They salary dumped about 4, 5, 6 players. They called up at the usual call up in September, but they pretty much told you guys just go out there and have some fun. Don't worry about it. This now it's been an ongoing thing for me for years. On paper, these guys are playoff contenders every single year, and they usually either start off slow and then peak and then die as they did this year again, or they start off really hot and then June, July they start losing again. I don't know what is wrong with this team. Now it makes me think maybe it's just ownership. Artie Moreno may have to, for me, sell. But I just want to get your guys' feelings on the fact that they pretty much gave up on the season and said, "Yeah, that's it. We're too far out. We don't even want to try."
Roger, you want to go first?
I sure will. First of all, it was a clear salary dump. Have no illusion. The Angels at present were projected to be $5 million over. So it was no accident that they dumped enough players that if 2/3 of them were to get picked up, they would probably be under the salary cap. 2/3 of the players were picked up, but the math may not have been right for them. They might still be over by mere percentage points, but it doesn't matter.
So they were too stupid to even figure that out.
Well, no. I think unlucky.
Okay.
It's disappointing. Big Dog, I think you're an Angel fan, as am I. The Angels do not have pitching, and it's been their problem for a while now. And they have signed some talent that has gotten hurt. They've spent money on players, but it might be that they have not spent it smartly. They'll spend $300 million on one guy over a 10-year period. So that's another thing. The signing of the third baseman from the Washington Nationals, I thought was a good deal in that they got the player to be competitive. But I think he hasn't played 3 games in a row ever with the Angels team. It is bad management. They're not picking well. There aren't any guys in the minor league system. The Angels, Big Dog, in the 80s and 90s, they were
Yeah.
they were
They had
neck and
a
neck
good.
with the Dodgers when it came to homegrown talent. That is
Yeah.
gone. DePoto was the start of the bad GMs. And folks, the Angels have not done well under the GMs. So that goes to the ownership. The Angels are not doing well. Financially, they're doing okay. But on the field, they're far away from being competitive. They need pitching first and foremost, and they just don't have it. While I'm going to hand this off to Tanya, Elizabeth says, "Well, from a Kelly girl, I never thought the Angels played to their potential and have always dumped the good players. I should be a fan, but I'm just not. It's too frustrating to watch the ups and downs. And yes, I think it's management." Folks, it's not even close. You all remember, and I don't know if Tanya knows this, but when the Angels were looking for general manager, this is like 10, 15 years ago.
Oh, you're still mad to this day.
I'm still mad to this day. and I don't think Tanya knows this, but I alluded to the Angels and Major League Baseball saying that they should man up and sign Kim Ing to be their GM. And there was talk that she was interviewed. And when they signed Jerry Dipoto, a former player, I think I was a 3-minute tirade, huh, Big Dog? And I've been angry ever since.
3, I think it was longer than that.
And I talked about how Kim had paid her dues. If anyone had, it was time, and Major League Baseball should have done it. And I expected the Angels to man up, to show some character, and do the right thing. And they did not. And I did. I did blow my top. And I have talked about it every year goes by that the Angels are suffering the Kim Ing curse now. That they have not done well because they did not sign her. And look, folks, she's not a sterling executive. There's no incredible talent there. But what Kim did, what they like to say is they worked their way up and they paid their dues. And at the time that she was in line, I was saying that woman has paid her dues. Major League Baseball, you use it as a cover when you hire men, hire her. She'd paid her dues. Tanya, why don't you talk about the Angel? Or if you want to talk about Kim now, go ahead. You've met her. You know who she is. So I have not, but I've always been a fan of her because, again, cut the crap, folks. She's educated.
Mhm.
She's been in the system from a young age. She's paid her dues. That ends the argument for me. But she is now an executive earning the Quan with Mayama. Congratulations to her, and congratulations to Derek Jeter for making that decision. So,
Yeah, I think I can actually say a former Yankee actually did something smart. Roger, you okay over there? You good?
I'm going to pound my coffee for a little bit. I am listening to you. I'm smiling and angry, but it's hard to be angry at you. It is. It's very difficult. So, why don't you go ahead, Tanya? That's quite a bit to talk about right there. Kim, that's number one. Or if you want to talk about the Angels, go ahead. For me, you know the fight more so than you know what I'm alluding to because you've lived it. Okay, in sports, it's still a man's world, unfortunately. You've had a fight in ways that Big Dog and I and everyone here that's a male will never know, will never get. So, I need a timeout. Yeah, I think I did. Yes, I was trying to make noise by covering up the tears when Tanya she bitch slapped my Yankees and Derek Jeter. Okay.
Well,
That's why I went back. I'm like,
they kind of did that to themselves when they went into last place. But on the other hand, so back to Kim Ing. Roger, I love you, Roger.
But I can't make this shit up, all right? I can't. I'm like, I'm biting my lip because she's the professional. But go ahead, Tanya. I've already interrupted you twice.
Okay. So on the Angels, I've always felt this way. If a team is gonna just throw in the towel, I think they should be penalized.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Your fans are your investors. You don't get to shit on your investors. Okay, if we wanted you to throw in the towel, we would let you know. But if we're telling you, get your shit together and put a team together, that doesn't mean to salary dump. Okay, any team who does that, throws in the towel, they should be penalized, whether it's first round picks, a payment or whatever, a fine, whatever. No team should be allowed to do that. We are the investors. As far as Kim Ing goes, I did meet her. Had a wonderful conversation with her. She actually put me in touch with somebody on the Dodgers because she was with the Dodgers at the time. I almost ended up working for the Dodgers.
Really?
Yeah. It would have started off as an internship, and then I would have just kept going from there.
Wow.
But I didn't drive. I didn't know anybody in California, and I would have been all by my lonesome, which I wouldn't have minded because my dream was to move to California and work in sports in California. My other dream was to be a general manager, which was why I was so excited to be able to talk to her, because I knew where her level was. And I was like, if anybody can mentor me, it's this woman. She's beyond paid her dues. She was up for consideration to be general manager for the Mets at one point. And I was so excited. I mean, talk about a glass ceiling being shattered if she would have been a general manager here in New York.
Oh my God.
That would have been bigger than
Yeah.
being a general manager in Miami.
Yeah.
And I would have, in a heartbeat, I would quit my job and go and work for her. I think it's disgusting that while they're trying to make progress, they really haven't. And they could be like, oh, well, we have this, we have that in the minors. Bullshit. Women have worked hard enough where we're not just minor league team talent. We are above that. Give us our due. We know our shit. I remember interviewing for a job to be a baseball analyst. And they were like, okay, can you do this? Can you calculate these numbers? Can you do this, that, or the other thing? I did all the calculations. On base percent, anything that they asked, I did. I didn't get the job, but whatever. That's on them. But yeah, no, I think Kim Ng is just, there needs to be another one, and there hasn't been. And I think that says a lot about baseball right now.
Yeah.
But that's just me. I'm a little bitter about it.
I thank you for that, Tanya. There's nothing that I could add to that because it becomes insulting. Because then I am mansplaining at that point, and not smart enough. No, I think you know what I mean. There's nothing that I can add to that, and I've already said what I did. Your opinion stands out even greater. Look, Gridiron Girl, I've known her for, oh my God, Sonia, if you're still in the chat room, this is like from the 2000s, maybe even earlier. And one connection that we had, other than our work connection, because she was a timekeeper, or no, oh, I take it back. Oh, she's not going to talk to me. She was a payroll clerk. I was a timekeeper. And she knew sports right away. And that was one of our passions. And Big Dog knows forever and a day, I was always hoping for year after year after year to have Gridiron Girl join us live. She's joined us now a handful of times. And she's been on the program here during tax season when she comes to visit. She is incredibly shy, and I get that. But her passion for sports, dude, she knows it as well as us, and in many ways even better. It's not that she's never played the game on a professional level. That doesn't count anymore. It's the game. And there are many ways to understand it by being, isn't it funny how they always give these phenoms? They say, oh, they're a student of the game, yet they never put on a glove or a uniform during high school, college, or whatever, and yet they're students of the game. That's always been the cop out. Well, there are women that are not only students of the game, but they've actually played the game on many different levels. That's exciting. I just think with the I was about to mansplain. There's no other word that I have to say. I wasn't going to mansplain. It's just, Tanya, you said what you did. For me to add to it, becomes condescending at this point. That's what I'm trying to say. So I will say this. I already said she paid her dues, and she should have been a GM. All right, I'm going to leave it at that. So I'm happy for her that she is a GM, but it came late in the game for her. She should have been a GM a long time ago. And Derek Jeter in that management group did a very smart move, and I'm glad she's still there as GM. So, but now she deserves to be with the bigger team. But then again, the problem with Kim Ng is she's a loyal puppy. Oh, she is. She's committed to her team. She will work for them, and I don't think that's a bad thing. She may not. And for all I know, when her contract is up, then she'll interview for bigger teams. That's what I mean. She's a loyal puppy. She will work for them, and she will deliver. She's an executive, folks. She's good at what she does. So, see, it did become condescending. I should have. I knew it, Tanya. I should have shut up when I said. So, go ahead. You're muted.
I'm trying to find my chancleta to throw it your way. Oh shoot! This didn't cut through.
Okay, now I can laugh.
Oh, don't worry. Payback.
Hmm.
It's coming.
Yeah. All right. Whatever.
Oh.
Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. It is September 2nd, 2023. Having a wonderful morning. I want to thank everyone for all the comments. Jay, obviously, Elizabeth, absolutely awesome. Roz is here. Gridiron Girl. She went a little silent right now. She needs some more. She needs a cup of Joe, folks. And everyone else, folks, let us know who you are and where you hail from. We are thankful that you're joining us on this Saturday morning. Don't forget, if you do comment, we will show your comment. You got to be nice, though. Even though we do have a mature rating on this program, it's just, folks, the only thing that we will screen for clearly is hatred. We just don't have time for that. It has no place here. Even though there's a lot of hatred in sports, but that's a different type of hatred. It's just general hatred, the ugly kind. We don't like that. I'm not talking sports hatred because that's on a whole level in and of itself. I mean, the hated ones, for goodness sake. Come on. We'll never say their name on this program. So they are the nemesis to the Dodgers. So.
Oh, those hated ones. I thought you were talking about my hated ones.
And your hated ones are?
The
Boston Celtics.
They live in Boston, yes.
Hey, what's your opinion of any team in Boston, Tanya?
I've got no hatred towards them. Unless you're the Patriots. I don't have time for cheaters.
Okay, there it is. Now, Jay says the Cowboys. So.
I can't say anything about that because I used to root for the Cowboys. That was many years ago when I was in high school. I used to be a Cowboys fan.
There's so many fun memes though out there about the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So many.
But yeah, no, I have no problems. I mean, unless, on the most part, I have no problems with any team. Unless you're a rival here in New York or a rival in my division. Other than that,
I was just about to say that. So you have no problem with the Yankees, but you just said a rival in New York. So
don't even be that way. I mean, come on. There's no. You see, but another thing that, since Tanya is a Mets fan and I am a Yankees fan, what allows us to have the conversations is, she'll razz me more than I will razz her, and you guys all know why. I generally don't take shots at teams just because. Being the greatest baseball team of all time, there's no need to take shots. It's like, why look down on everyone else? But be that as it may, the reality is that I respect other fans. Big Dog knows when I go to teams, I usually don't pick fights with people. I am the guy they'll see. They're like, dumbass. I will be. Have you guys seen that commercial from that movie or that meme from the movie when he gets fired and he's on the PA? and he's quitting his job, and he points to that his coworker, and he says, "F you." He points to another "F you," and then he sees the old lady who's a customer. He says, "You're cool," and then he says to the manager, "F you," and I'm out of here. I'm that guy in the baseball game. I'm usually like, that's me. I'm the guy that throws the rocks in the glass house. So, but I try to keep it quiet. I just, it's, do you know why? Because in 1996, I rarely ever tell this story. When the Yankees had that emotional roller coaster run with all the personal stuff that they went through, and when the Yankees won, and Big Dog knows the story, I was shocked. Shocked at all the love that the Yankees received when they won in 96. Now, I had Yankee haters calling me, congratulations, this. I mean, it was almost a kumbaya. And I was like, does not compute, does not compute. I was having a hard time understanding what was going on. And then in 97, when the Yankees lost to the Indians in the playoffs and the hatred returned, I was like, oh, thank God the world has returned to normal. Everyone hating the Yankees. It's kind of fun. It is just kind of fun in that everyone hates them so much. And it's like, it's okay. I was never, first and foremost, a Yankee fan. I was a Dodger and Angel, but my father, as you know, was a Yankee fan. So I adopted the Yankees because of him. And, I don't rip other teams. They choose to rip me. It's like, okay, I'm all right with that.
Yeah.
She's just busy. She's just busy right now. But the things that are crossing her mind right now are like, you're so full of this. You're so full. There it is. Actually, she would have a cutting, biting commentary. So we'll see. All right. So I don't know if you guys caught this from ESPN, and this is probably one of the first times that I'm actually going to refer to them in an article. I'm going to go ahead and post it in the chat room. This is related to soccer. Premier League clubs now spend a record 2.36 billion. Now this is pounds, so it's a little more in American dollars. Was more like 2.97 billion on new players in the transfer window that closed on Friday, according to analysis from Deloitte. The summer window, which was open from June 14th to September 1st, exceeded last year's record 1.92 billion pounds, with top flight clubs spending 255 million pounds on deadline day alone. So that is significant big news in Premier League. So wow. That's a lot of quan, folks. It's even more in American dollars when you think about it. Did you get a chance, Tanya, going back to baseball a little bit? When both of you were not here, I was talking about the Yankees have seen their future. And it was a nice little tease. Jason Dominguez, first at bat, second pitch. See ya. Goodbye, good night. 20 years old, 206 days. They finally called him up yesterday, and he homered in his first at bat, second pitch.
Ooh, somebody who hit a home run first at bat. Oh my goodness, breaking news. Quick, break out the rings. We know who's winning. So what?
I will. There it is.
He's not the first one to do it. He's not going to be the last one to do it. And it doesn't mean that the future is anything.
Whoa, now you misinterpreted
my
words. Tanya, I said they have seen a glimpse of the future. That's all I said.
A glimpse. The glimpse is in their standings right now.
Oh, there is a shadow of Mordor in their standings right now. They're in last place, man. It's absolutely horrible. Elizabeth says, try living in a house full of the enemy of my Dodgers. It's been an ongoing 30-plus year war, love, hate. Oh, my goodness. Lothcat, you got to tell us.
So she lives in a house full of Giants fans?
I have to know. Well, remember, she's in Sacramento, so that's NorCal. Can very well see that. Wow.
Well, yeah, so it'd probably be the Giants then, yeah.
Yeah. I want to be sure. Maybe they're Angel fans. What do I know?
Well, they're not the enemy of the Dodgers.
I don't know. Like I said, we'll see what she says.
Not even in the same conference. or league.
While we get a comment from her, South Sudan earns an Olympic berth as a top African team at FIBA World Cup. This happened earlier today, not too long ago, as a matter of fact, within the last 3 hours, in Manila, Philippines, in an indelible moment of his FIBA World Cup. South Sudan earned the nation's first Olympic berth in any sport Saturday and did so with a team filled with refugees and children of refugees from the war-torn nation. The Bright Stars, as they are known, won the bid allotted to Africa, or for Africa, with a 101-78 victory over Angola, triggering tears and hugs from players as several dozen fans waved the young country's flag. They won the prize with a 3-2 record in Manila to outlast all other African teams with just 3 years after former NBA All-Star Luol Deng took over the program, which he has largely funded personally and filled by recruiting players with South Sudanese heritage. That is a good story. And folks, if we all remember Luol Deng, Big Dog, remember how the GM from some team in Florida lost his job over that one? That's the same player, isn't it?
Refresh my memory on that.
Remember how they were drafting players and they were having a conversation, and somehow they said Luol Deng is. Remember they were comparing him like having a criminal element,
Oh
and
yeah.
it's the
Uh,
same player, right? It is.
it could be. Luol Deng to me is the albatross that Mitch Kupchak signed. You remember? That was that idiotic contract along with the other one where Kupchak had to be the first first team to sign players, and he gave Luol Deng oh God, what was it? A 3-year, $30 million contract or some shit like that. And we ended up waiving him and had to pay him $5 million a year for 3 years because they stretched it out. So
Yeah.
he's finally earning his money 7 years later. You know, training you playing for or coaching that team.
Oh, he was traded for Andrew Bynum. Andrew, you can't teach height Bynum, right?
No, it wasn't a trade. It was the free agent signing. Remember, it was him and it was one of Kupchak. I think it was Kupchak's second to
Oh, I'm
last
sorry. This
year.
was between the Bulls and Cavaliers. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. Wrong trade.
Okay,
Yeah, that was in 2014. I apologize.
yeah, it was the Bulls GM that made the comment. It was damn, he's a former NBA player also, or
Yeah.
and now he's a former GM.
Yeah. He lost his job because he even said, "Oh, if this gets out," and it didn't take very long for it to get out. Do you remember the player?
I'm trying to remember his name. I can't. I know as a white guy played
Oh,
for the Bulls amongst other teams. He was a sharpshooter. Um, I'll look it up.
okay. Yeah, I mean, folks, I understand what they were trying to say, but it was insensitive. It was dumb. It was stupid. Danny Ferry,
There we go. Thank you.
September 8th, 2014. Uh, Hawks GM Danny Ferry's comments about Luol Deng led to the owner's ouster. Atlanta Hawks general manager Danny Ferry's comments that were deemed offensive and racist by CEO Steve Koonin were made about veteran NBA forward Luol Deng, a person familiar with the details. And if you remember, it was the quote was at the time Dang, who was from Sudan, was considered one of the hardest workers in the NBA and one of the league's good guys. In April, he was given the J, and this is in 2014, the J. Walter Kennedy Citizenship Award. At the time, two-time All-Star, 9+ years of his career with the Bulls, and Ferry's comments were made during a basketball operations meeting to discuss free agents, and the team owner flagged the comment. Ferry's words triggered the internal investigation, which unearthed Levinson's 2012 email in which he made racially insensitive comments about Hawk fans as well. I mean, this thing blew up. I mean, it was significant. And the comment itself, I don't believe, is in this article. But yeah, it was stupid. And they all lost their jobs, and good for them. It was dumb. So I'm glad he went on beyond that. And, hey, I don't remember. Actually, there's 6 related stories that I found on the comments. Yeah, it was bad. It was stupid. Luol Deng did forgive Hawks GM for the remarks. I wonder if I am able to find them right here. It was bad, man. And
Yes, it
again,
was.
they were not. Okay, here we go. According to multiple published reports, Ferry read aloud insensitive background information compiled by a source outside the Hawks organization on Deng, a 2-time All-Star from South Sudan at the time. The comment under scrutiny read, "He's a good guy overall, but he is not perfect. He's got some African in him, and I don't say that in a bad way." Yeah, yeah. How do you say that in a good way? What does that mean? So they're not insensitive. They're racist. Yeah, Tanya, I saw the face you made. Yeah. This was a while ago. This was in 2014. Now, Garen's version differed some from previously recorded accounts and didn't mention whether the comment was read or came directly from Ferry. It said, with respect to one potential free agent, a highly regarded African-American player and humanitarian, Ferry talked about the player's good points and then went on to describe his negatives, stating that he was, quote, he has a little African in him. So it's consistent. Not in a bad way, but he's like a guy who would have a nice store out front, but you sell counterfeit stuff out the back. That's right. That was the comment. Remember what I was saying? Remember there were about something having to do about the retail stuff? It says, but he's like a guy who would have a nice store out front, but sell you counterfeit stuff out the back. Garen wrote that Ferry completed his comments by describing the player as a two-faced liar and a cheat. Wow. It wasn't a private conversation. It was an operations meeting. So there was nothing like, yeah. Wow. That was completely unprofessional and bad. Elizabeth says, have you been to some of the games and the fights? It's literally a hate from the Giants and Dodgers. Yeah, okay, yes. That's rivalry started back in from the Brooklyn Dodgers and Giants. So it is the Giants, as she mentioned. So sorry for dredging that stuff up. Luol Deng, I'm glad he has surpassed that. Congratulations on him and South Sudan for qualifying and good stuff. I probably shouldn't have gone down that one, but a lot of people have forgotten that. And there are stupid people all over the place. How, even if it was in a professional report, how do you say that? Ugh. And the person who wrote that report wrote that? Wait. Wow. Yeah, that's horrible. You're still muted, Tanya.
No, yeah, I wasn't saying anything.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Because I work in where I work, I have to keep certain comments to myself.
And fair enough. And it's not for us to go ahead and even try to. Yeah, I wasn't trying to bait you in on anything. I just wondered if you had a comment on that. You're smarter than most of us when it comes to that stuff. So. All right, Big Dog. Any stories that you would like to get to at the moment?
Not really. Just waiting like everyone else is for the football season to start. And then we get to have fun with all the picks and stuff.
Yeah, folks, don't forget, we are going to be doing the professionals this Saturday, or I'm sorry, oh my God, this Wednesday at 6 p.m. It is still scheduled for the moment. And I'm going to program the episode in just a little bit. So there's some good stuff on the ESPN website for the cheat sheets, the analysis on your team forming. As you know, we do not do the fantasy sports here, both officially and professionally and personally. It's just because we're adults here. We don't spend time. Oh, we lost the big dog and he came back. What happened, big dog? Lost you.
I'm here.
Oh, well, we lost your signal and it came back quickly. So good for you. On the Global Soccer scoreboard, right now, Hoffenheim 3-1 over Wolfsburg. Nottingham Forest over Chelsea 1-0. Leverkusen 5-1 over Darmstadt. Tottenham 4-1 over Burnley. Manchester City 3-1 over Fulham. And Stuttgart 5-0 over Freiburg. You want to finish that thought there, Elizabeth? Oh, I guess adults my arse. Okay, I get that. All right, that's fair. I want to check out a story or two.
Hey, Roger, quick question
Yes.
for you. Do you know if Spectrum came to terms with Disney on their networks? Because it was, people were pissed.
No, they have not.
The U.S. Open.
Thank you for
No,
that,
they
big
have
dog.
not. They're still in negotiations. I've been seeing, I know there's a couple of channels that Spectrum has taken off because of Disney. And I saw watching the news last night on the ticker that I guess within the next couple of weeks we could be losing ESPN and all its affiliates because through Spectrum, anyways. Because I guess Disney is charging or wanting an outrageous amount on their new contract. So,
Well,
is that happening? Is that happening there also?
They've already lost ESPN and everything. They haven't been able to watch
Oh.
the US Open
tennis
since Thursday.
and college, right?
Yep.
Okay, I guess maybe it's regional because it hasn't quite gotten to ESPN here in Los Angeles or Southern California. So it's still accessible for us. But if it's already been taken off elsewhere, it's probably just a matter of time now.
Probably, because I know here, I was getting calls in the newsroom, and I ended up making it a story on my lineup because people are pissed. You have like one of the biggest games, and you're not letting people watch it. Holy crap, like what the hell?
They should have taken the tack of continuing with the announcements and saying, hey, think about this. There should be no this right now because of them. But I'm sure they had advertisements on cable prior because I had Spectrum. I finally dumped Spectrum. I no longer have cable service for probably the first time in my adult life. I am down to just internet. Let me tell you, my cable bill, $230 a month, has now gone to $15 a month.
Oh, I've been a cord cutter for over a decade now.
Good for you. I do have many of the apps. And you see, for me, I kept the live because of the politics and news reporting, because I've always been a junkie when it comes to that stuff. And unfortunately, I can't have just one service. As I tell everyone, usually about 5 p.m. in the evening is when I'm most disgusted because I watch CNN for 10 minutes, throw up, watch MSNBC for 10 minutes, throw up, then I watch Fox News for 10 minutes, and then throw up 3 times just because. And it's just difficult having to hear all the different point of views. So, yeah, thank you for that. You actually thought it. Sorry, thought about it. Sorry about that, Tanya.
Again, I can't comment on certain things. It sucks.
And that's fair. But I'm glad you bite your lip. I'm not that smart. Big Dog is smarter than I am when it comes to that. There have been times over the years. Go ahead, Big Dog. Go.
When she said she has to bite her lip and can't comment. That reminded me all of a sudden it clicked. There wasn't one NBA thing that I did wanted to talk about. One of the referees.
Oh my God! Yes.
Ow, that was loud.
Sorry, Big Dog.
Damn. Wow. That one actually hurt my ears. Anyways, NBA ref who was under investigation. And I had a fit about it. And I think I talked about it when we played the Celtics last year. and we lost the game due to a non-call, a very obvious call by this ref that he didn't make it. And then the following day, they showed his entire family all in Celtic gear. So they're big time Celtic fans. Anyways, I guess there had been other games that he called or missed calls on, and he was being investigated by the NBA for inappropriate use of power, I guess it would be. So before they got their final judgment, he decided to retire, which I think they called him into the office and did the, what I think would happen to Jordan was, hey, we found all this stuff out, so you have a choice. You can either leave or we're going to fire you. And in Jordan's case, of course, it was you can take a hiatus or you can take a 2-year suspension that we're going to announce publicly. That's always been my point of view for the Jordan, why he left for 2 years.
I don't know if Tanya knows that. You'll have to spend a little bit on time. I don't think she knows. We'll have to come back to that one in a moment. Please continue on this one, though.
But the referee decided to retire. He had his pension was probably 100% because he had been a ref, I believe, for 25, almost 30 years or something. So, and he's done all the big games. He had called the finals.
Eric Lewis.
Yeah, the previous, I think, 8 straight years. This particular finals, even though technically his rating was high, he was not picked to call the finals. And I believe it's because the NBA was already doing an investigation on him. But he decided to retire, so he leaves the NBA. And what they found out was that he had a burner account, and was saying disparaging remarks on certain players against the NBA. And when the NBA did start doing the investigation, they found out the burner account was his, of course, under a different name. And his brother tried to jump in and say, no, it's not his, it's mine. I'm the one that did all these, saying all this about players and the NBA and such. It's not my brother. Don't try and blame my brother on this. But from the reports that I've read, that was false. It was his, and he was making all those remarks and saying certain things about certain players.
Let me be I have to at this moment add an editorial comment from NDB Media on that. We would say that at this time, since the NBA has actually closed the investigation,
Yes.
and I will post that article, that as of right now, officially, the account is alleged. We have to add that, right? That's all. Not arguing with Big Dog because he's quoting.
Yeah.
I think there's like 50 articles that may say the same thing, but we do have to add at this point still that it is alleged because there's an article on NBA.com. Go ahead, Big Dog.
I was just gonna say no. It's not. It was alleged because it is a closed account. It has been closed for a few months now.
Oh, so now it actually becomes true. That's at this point for us to say was alleged is appropriate. I posted an article in the private chat as well as in the chat room, and now I'm going to post the one from the NBA itself. Give me a quick moment. And the first one was from Sporting News. Second one is from the NBA. This is an official notice on August 30th at 1:45 p.m. Pacific time. NBA referee Eric Lewis has retired effective immediately in the wake of a league investigation into whether he used a then Twitter account to defend himself and other officials from online criticism. The league announced his retirement Wednesday, less than 3 months after beginning an investigation into whether the 19-year NBA ref had violated league policy by commenting publicly on officiating without authorization from the league. And you see a copy of the image. And with his retirement, the NBA said its investigation into social media activity has now been closed. So they're not going to comment any further. They don't say whether it was his or not, but the issue is closed. Someone in the blogosphere, as I read someone else, and Big Dog can backstop me on this or not, they said, well, the NBA knows, or the NBA actually commented and said, this is closed. We're not even bothered to verify if it's his or not because the investigation is closed. Okay.
That is true.
So Now, the 52-year-old Lewis, 30 years older than Tanya, so there's no age issues right here. And I may have actually. Whoa, we lost her too for a moment. Is Spectrum taking us off the air? Whoa. Who
Tanya
knows?
got so shocked that she had to reboot.
Yeah, which is what you did a moment, but I don't think you know that. I don't think she knows that
No, I
we
no,
lost
I
our
saw it.
signal.
I saw it.
No, but when it happened to you.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. The 52-year-old Lewis, who's worked the previous 4 NBA finals, was not chosen as one of the 12 referees for this year's final
Mhm.
round between Denver and Miami in the wake of the investigation. The social media controversy came to light in May after some now deleted tweets were revealed by a pair of social media users. The account on Twitter, now known as X, utilized the name Blair Cutliff. If the league determined the account was his, Lewis faced potential discipline for violating his policy of discussing officiating matters openly without approval. Lewis worked more than 1,200 games, counting both regular season and playoffs in his 19 seasons. He last worked on May 16th when Denver played host to the Los Angeles Lakers in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. The reports of the tweets came out about a week later. Now, if I remember correctly in several of the other articles, they were able to point out that his statistics, I believe, when a certain team,
Yes.
right, I think it was like 52-16. It was a
Yeah, free throws.
ridiculous winning percentage under Lewis.
Oh, I don't know about winning percentage. I know like free throw disparities. It was let's just say it
And
was
I,
Lakers
I may have
versus
misread that.
maybe it was Lakers versus Denver, and they'd be like, okay, well, when he officiates those games, the Lakers shoot 54 free throws, and Denver only shot 12. And evidently, there was a. I'm not saying it was the Lakers in Denver. I can't remember what the teams were, but there
And
were
that's
there were a
fair.
couple.
But it was the disparity for
Yes,
one team regularly.
yes,
That's the
yes.
thing. And I think the Twitter account responded, well, why don't you do that for the other numbers? And someone actually responded, yeah, we did. Here are the numbers. So they were creative. The social media users, because that's like, oh, well, yeah, that could be a statistical anomaly. And like, no, it's not in the manner that you're trying to portray it to be. So, yeah.
And things started to happen, or I started getting eyebrows started getting raised when it was that Lakers Celtic game, and the Lakers lost the game, without because he didn't make that call because he was the one that should have made the call and didn't make it. They would have sent the Lakers into overtime, I believe. But either later that night or the following day, they showed his personal account where his entire family
Yeah.
are at home and they were jumping up and down cheering, all in Celtics jerseys and sweats and the whole 9 yards, and Celtic fans. And then they showed pictures of him, I guess, on his off days or whatever, and him in all Celtic attire. So that's when people were saying, hey, he didn't make this call. Look at his family. They're all Celtic fans, blah, blah, blah. And, of course, that was the blogosphere, you know, how they usually, make something out of nothing. But in this one particular case, it actually started something.
Yeah. And there's some imagery which I can get to. There's no sound, folks, so I can get away with this. If you guys want to check this, I'm going to go to it right now. Here is what it looked like. So, Suns fan Asher says, so I said I would rank every NBA official when it hit 100. I've hit 100. Here's the list or the thread: first best, 73rd worst. Ed Malloy, James Williams. Here's uh, the rating, and look at that. And Blair Cutler says, so you watched every referee? It's not that difficult. And Cole Ferguson says, why was everyone going crazy about Chris Paul being like 0-11 in games officiated by Scott Foster? But no one cares about LeBron having a whole 0-82 games officiated by Eric Lewis. That's funny. Oh,
I
so,
like all the comments are from Blair Cutler, which of course is Eric Lewis.
isn't it funny? Alleged, ladies and gentlemen. But
No,
yes,
it's him.
um,
Big Dog says it's him.
and you. I love you. Even from here, Tanya, that look was great. That was good. All I can say is text message to legal counsel. We're going to have to have a conversation. You guys know this is all opinion, and we do our best, and we don't spread rumors. We are going off the reports that are out right now. So, and I just, when Big Dog did deliver that first opening statement, I just wanted to edit that oratorio. That's all. I never said Big Dog was wrong. All I said was alleged. So take it for what it is.
There he
And
is. I believe that's him, right?
yes, that is him. And in this thread that you follow, folks, the numbers are there. They do look bad. They really do. And it's a shame because up until this point, he was a good ref, right?
He was considered one of the better refs. Yes.
Yeah. So
I mean, you don't get to call the finals unless you're a good ref.
even by the NBA standards, yes.
Yeah.
See, it says
Does,
what? Oh
does Angel Hernandez, does he call the World Series?
no, that was his lawsuit that
Oh,
he
that's right.
doesn't get. Yeah, he doesn't get those assignments, and the reason why he doesn't
Because he
get the
sucks.
assignments is
Because he
because
sucks.
he has issues. Yes,
But he
his
tried to make it a racial thing, right?
yeah, he did. Yeah,
And if I remember correctly, didn't his lawsuit get thrown out just
yes,
recently, like the last
we
couple
talked
weeks?
about it. Yes,
Yeah.
and folks, being I have sympathy for Angel Hernandez in his
Oh, I'm
claim.
sorry.
In his claim, because we don't know what
Sorry.
he is thinking and enduring, and I will give it. But as far as everything else, dude, my grandma, who wore glasses, had better vision consistently. So, unfortunately, when we have the robo computers coming in, they're going to be always the first time they're in a game, in a Major League Baseball game where it counts, the announcer's going to say, "Thank you, Angel Hernandez," because
And,
we've been
and the
driven
pitcher
to that.
the pitchers are gonna hate the robocalling
Well, here's
because
the thing:
because
they're going to hate.
so many
Yeah.
pitchers are along that fringe line, where it's a little bit on the outside, a little bit low, a little bit high, but they'll call the strike. But computer is not going to do that.
Well, we're going to learn actually who the better hitters really are, the ones that have the eyes, because there are Tony Gwynn, Wade Boggs, those guys. The vision that they had was incredible. We're gonna see how bad these baseball players really are. Calls go both ways, folks. They do. And you've heard us here on Sports Talk with the Guys constantly saying, look, when there is a bad call against the team, folks, if you're gonna lay the blame on one call, where were you for the rest of the other part of the game?
Exactly.
Okay. I've always contended that. I, who was lucky enough to play high school ball and semi-pro here in Southern California, folks, I I benefited from calls. I had calls go against me. It's the way it is. But since I was a nicer player in these leagues when players were jerks, I know. Yeah, I was, Tanya. I benefited. I know I benefited. So I learned early on, be nice to the umps. Everyone else is giving them grief. I was not. I benefit. I'm Big Dog. I've said this for years.
Yep.
I benefited because I was Emily Post to the umps. It was funny, folks. I'm one of the few players that can say I called the C word to an ump and remained in the game. You guys have all heard the story. Yeah, Tanya. You've not heard the story? Yeah, Tanya. Uh, I've told it so much I may be boring the audience, but I did. Okay. I'm gonna have to get a bit descriptive. Leobardo was pitching. Roly poly. It's already there's two pejoratives. Roly poly was at bat. I was playing first base. I was playing a little bit further over to my right. I didn't have the best range, so I cheated to my right because I already had my glove over here, and with the length of this arm, I could get to a lot more. So I had to cheat more to the right. As the pitcher was coming in, I took my step forward, and it was at that moment the lefty yanked it hard to my right. I dove, I short hopped it. I was on one knee, and I was going to get up like, oh, stupid son. Leo hadn't even left the mound. So I'm like, okay, I'm a little further over, but I'm like, okay, I know who's running. So I get up and I start to run over to first. I'm like, oh boy, Panda Bear's moving a lot faster. So I'm starting to sprint. And I'm like, this SOB is going to beat me. Well, think of the theme from Superman. Dun, 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 dun. With my glove, because of my eagle extension, I dove for the bag and I'm sliding in over the bag. Roly poly, thank God, jumps over me as I'm, having, personal relations as the bag passes me. Okay. I am all over that bag. Okay. I make the play. I'm starting to stand, I'm on the ground eating dirt. And the ump says, safe. I jumped up. I was right in that ump's face. Dude, what the hell's the matter with you? Come on, man. Dude, he jumped over me. And the ump, who was a smaller guy, he was maybe 5'3", 5'4". Guys, I'm just short of 6 feet. So I'm yelling at this guy. I said, dude. And he's just like, I could see his face. He's like in shock. In his mind, he's like, oh, you do speak. Because I never, ever confronted anyone or anything anywhere. And I'm all over this. I'm like, dude, what the hell? Come on, man. I slid over the... Look, the dirt's on me. There's the base path. I actually pointed out. The dirt's all here. The base path. The base. It cleaned my uniform. And I'm going off. I'm like, dude, oh my God, your vision. Do you need another pair? And I'm yelling at the top of my lungs. I'm like, I have an extra pair. And that's when I told him in Spanish, tengo otro par de lentes. And I used run. I said that one. And I'm just like, oh my God. And I guess since he didn't answer me back, I just went off. I'm like, dude, what the hell? I mean, I questioned his lineage, his familial limit. Oh man, I was just going off. And then I used, you mother effing, sea sucker. I said it. I said it right there. And for me, it felt like an eternity, but everyone said, dude, you went off for like about a minute and a half. It wasn't no 5 minutes, but it was a minute and a half. Top of the lungs. Everyone in the park heard, and people were looking over. Billy Martin. Oh, I went psycho Billy Martin on him. It was unreal. Dude, I was pissed. I feel my heart rate and pressure going up remembering right now. So I'm like, oh my God. I guess I got my entire career's worth because I never mouthed off. I never did against them. Because when you play the game, when you're unhappy with the call, there's a way to do it. And you just, come on, ump. And that's it. They hear you. They acknowledge it. You're questioning. It's done. And you get out of your system. And that was my reprimand to an ump. Yeah. Thank you, Tanya. You're nodding. You're letting them know. I said, come on, dude. Heads up. And that was always my thing. I said that maybe once or twice a game. Come on, ump. But I respected them because I didn't want them to get all pissed off, whatever. So I am probably doing this, going back to first, and I sit on first, and I'm like a little kid. I have my hands folded like this, and then the runner's right next to me, and then he says, I'm like this, I was safe. You still haven't touched the bag. I'm like, you moron. I was mad. I was angry. And thank goodness Leo threw either a change-up curveball. Guy popped it up. We were out of the inning. Oh, man, I was pissed. So I go to the dugout, And I'm still stewing. I'm just stewing. All right. The umpire starts to come over and the team goes quiet. And I went quiet because he's coming over to the dugout. And, I'm leaning back, I'm sitting on the, like, yeah, comes over and he says, and this is where one of our phrases on Sports Talk with the Guys, which we haven't used in a while, said, dude, had you kept up, I would have banged you out of the game. Okay. As I'm seeing him walk back, the first thing is I knew the guy had a 9mm. What did he mean, bang me out of the game? That was my first thought. But what really happened was because I had like Arnoldo was next to me, and I forget who else. I had some guys, and the thing was, he said, had I kept up, he was going to kick me out of the game, basically. And I'm like, what? What did I not say? And I turned to the guys, what didn't I call him? And they're like, oh, dude, I know. I said, I called him I used the word. And they were like, yeah, you did. I called him a mother effing sea sucker. And it was funny. And everyone on the team was like, yeah, you did. And I got away with it. And I stayed in the game. I should have been kicked out, but it's because it was the only time I ever snapped in a game. And I'm probably one of the few living players that got away with calling an ump. I've told the story before. I don't want to keep on telling it, but everyone knows that story. And it was fun, man. I look back and I said, yep. So when Kevin Costner calls him that in the game, I was like, oh yeah, you call an ump that, it's an automatic. It's an automatic. That's a free. When you're frustrated, you see, that's the code word. When you had it and you want to get out of the game, you call the ump that. The umps know it. It's like when you do it, you're like, you're out of here. Just get out. It's an automatic. And it was so funny when Kevin Costner did it in Bull Durham. I think he says, that's a cocksucking call. It's what? Did you come? No, I said it was a call. And then it goes on for about a minute and a half. And then I didn't say it. You want me to say it? I dare you. I dare you. That is such a funny scene in Boulder. And then he had just said it to the ump like 18 times. And then he tells him, you're a blank. You're out of here. And then the fight continues. That is one of the finest moments in Bull Durham. There's a lot of them. It's funny. And it was fun. You should get money rights. No. No, that was Bull Durham. Actually, the one in Bull Durham happened before my experience. Bull Durham was in the 80s, if I remember correctly. Jay, there are phrases that you use in life that are not appropriate and stuff. And in baseball, that's an automatic one. That's automatic. You use that phrase and you're gone. So, thank you all for allowing me to tell that story. It's a fun story. I can't make that up. It's just, it's just damn funny. I love it. I love it. I love it. And there are some other baseball stories. I have a classmate. His name is Pete Marin. He's going to be joining us in October, and he's going to be doing a conspiracy theory program with me. And I played baseball with him for 3 years. And I said, oh, Peter, thank God you're going to be on the program. He's like, why? I said, well, because you're going to be able to check me on all my lies. He says, Scorekeeper, I've been listening to you for 2 years now. There are no lies. The stories are true. I said, yeah, but it's a lot more fun. Because he played baseball for 3 years as well when I was on with him in high school. He was a good player. Damn good player. And he was scouted as well. Oh, I'm sorry. He was a better player than I was. So, as I've always said, I was the 9th man on our 8-man pitching staff. So remember that. So it's all good in the hood, folks. All right. That program will be so awesome. I hope so. I like Peter a great deal. I respect him. I've been spending a lot of time with him in the last few months. I hadn't spoken to him in like 35 years. And we picked it up because he saw my profile on LinkedIn. That's why we transmit to LinkedIn as well now. So it's kind of cool. And he saw it as a lark and he reached out to me and I was really happy about that. So, all right, Folks, we are now in our fourth hour here on Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. It is 9:20 a.m. Pacific time on September 2nd, 2023. Tanya, I know you've been working diligently. Did you have a few things that maybe you're able to tease us with right now, or not yet?
Well, the thing that I wanted to tease, I'm actually missing a couple of my tools,
Oh.
which I'm very upset about because that stuff is expensive. But like some of the things, this is going to be part of one of the cards.
Oh, check it out. Oh, wow. You see, folks, there it is. So
Cool.
this is what you were talking about, where it's actually going to be on the card, but it can be an ornament.
You can make it an ornament, yeah, because I do like pop dots. So I do it
Two
like a
for the price of
3D
one, yeah.
image. So you can just peel it off. And
Oh, wow.
then right here at the top of the bow, there's like there's a hole there that you can put like a string through. And
Yeah.
you can just hang it, which actually I've had some people tell me that that's what they end up doing as well.
It's good stuff. I'm glad you're sharing. And if there are any other items you would like to share, please. Jay says, have you seen the show Breaking Bad?
I have
Tanya.
not, but everybody keeps telling me that I need to watch it.
Okay. Or Better Call Saul, which is the prequel. Tanya, personally, knowing your likes in the entertainment world, there's a lot that is said about Breaking Bad. A lot of people call it the best television show in the history of television.
Mhm.
I would say this. No, but in the 5-year run, Tanya, if you're into episodes and storylines, Tanya, there is not a wasted episode in the series. And how
Really?
many times can we say of Star Trek, yes, there were wasted episodes. There were stories that are Breaking Bad is I'm not prepared to admit that it's the greatest television program of all time, but when it comes to drama and entertainment, oh, it is really good. We're going to do a rewatch of that program starting later this year. I'm not sure when. So you are invited to watch it along with us. And if you want to do commentary, that would be cool too. So it would be
Well, you know what?
and
Since I'm going to be going back to my old shifts where I'm working 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., I'll actually be able to join some of these watch or review shows that you do now.
yeah, I know you've been working, and when you told me what your shift was, I didn't even bother to let you know, but you know you're invited to Ahsoka.
Oh, 100%.
As well as Lower Decks.
I forgot to set my alarm for the Ahsoka one because I was like, "Oh, he's doing Ahsoka. I gotta jump on this one." No, totally didn't. And I was bored at work that day too.
Oh, I've had some people show up on the Ahsoka review, which I hadn't seen in a few years, which is really kind of neat. And now, this is a general comment from NDB Media to everyone, folks. We are amazed, thrilled, and honored and thankful that we've noticed that in our live programs, we may not. We're thrilled at everyone that joins us live, but we're noticing that long term, our views are up, and we're humbled, flattered, and blown away by it. We are, and it's really cool. So, I mean, look at NDB Media here. Look at the famous people we have. We have Tanya Mercado, a real big time producer out of the Big Apple on the East Coast. We have Dan Schlossberg, one of the greatest baseball authors, writers of all time on the network doing 5 p.m. Pacific time, Travel Itch Radio. And then we have former AP war correspondent extraordinaire Bob Nessoff on our network, and he does travel talk on Wednesday. Folks, wow. Just blown away by it. So we're just a bunch of nobodies over here on the West Coast. So kind of cool. So all right. I was gonna take a quick moment. Yeah. There's some comments in the chat room. Oh, Better Call Saul. I'm sorry. Yeah, Better Call Saul rewatch is on Sundays at 3 p.m. Pacific time. You can check it out on the network here. As a matter of fact, head on over to ndbmedia.net where you can check out all of the upcoming programs, everything that has come to pass. It's all there. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and I don't know wherever else. YouTube.
watch, re-listen to all of those except anything that I've been on. Those you have to stay away.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. And folks, if you head into our archives, which we are uploading the episodes, raise your glass
Oh my God,
with
don't bring that one
Tanya
up. Dear God.
Mercado. On the black with Tanya Mercado, and I know it was the other way around, but I get to say it that way. Tanya Mercado and who is your co-host?
Corral Cooper.
Corral Cooper. Yes.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes. So.
Yeah, I just realized I was doing what, like 3 shows?
Well, you were also doing one with Roz
Yeah, Raise Your Glass was with Rosalind.
on the black.
On the black with Corral. Oh no, it was just 2. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I think I'm mixing somebody else because I was doing another podcast with somebody else.
Yes, but once again, you were first with us. Once again, you were first with us.
Yeah.
That hasn't changed. So, like I said, we have very little to brag about here, and we're sticking to it. Oh, I appreciate that laugh. I like it. So, it's good. All right.
Yeah, this is one of the most tedious things because I have to color each little thing, each little section by hand.
Oh, wow. Yeah. See, I can't do that. It's the word is tedious. I get very nervous on the fine stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's your ADHD, that's why.
Among other
Sheldon.
things, yeah.
Sheldon.
It's just my hands tremble a great deal now. They've been doing it over the years, and even when I was a teenager, having to thread the needle was very frustrating and very difficult for me. And my poor grandma, who her vision, it was like she was a seamstress extraordinaire, but in her later 20, 30 years, there was no way she was going to thread a needle. So she was like, okay, I need you to thread the needle, please. And she would ask me to do 2 or 3. Well, that was 30 minutes of my life because it was very difficult for me even then. So yeah, for me to thread a needle right now, yeah, I got to do several good deeds. So,
Yeah, no, it's a pain because, even my hands shake also, especially when things are really, really small and then I have to like carry. It's absolutely insane. And my hands start to shake and I'm like, all right, you know what? The shaking needs to stop because otherwise I'm going to screw this up.
You have to stop now. Stop. It's just, oh, you see, I'm getting antsy talking about it. Yeah, as Jay says, don't be a contestant on Squid Game. Yep. No, I've learned
I'll take your word for it because I've never watched that either.
Yeah, that one I have not seen as well. So, folks, we are going to be right there with you, Roger. It's frustrating. Like I said, Elizabeth, I hear you. You are a kindred spirit. It's kind of crazy, a lot of the likes that we have, and I'm humbled by that, and I appreciate you spending a lot of time with us, Elizabeth. So she was the one that quoted the image of there were a lot of loth cats in this particular thing we were watching, and she pointed out, I think it was twice, so that's why she's loth cat. So it is what it is. Thank you for posting it in the fan group. Go ahead, Big Dog.
I was just going to ask Elizabeth if she is a basketball fan or not.
I think she is. Yeah.
Oh no. And she's from NorCal? Oh no.
She is a baseball fan, and I appreciate it.
Well, baseball's okay, but
yeah.
Basketball, you know that rivalry.
Yes. Okay. Come on, Elizabeth. Let's go.
Someone mentioned something that I thought would actually not mentioned. I saw a meme, and I thought it would be an excellent idea. Actually, would be a ESPN 30 for 30, chronicling the Lakers Sacramento Kings rivalry from the late 90s to the mid 2000s, when it was at its worst, when they had, remember, that was where that big fight came from with Rick Fox and Doug Christie, where they went and fought in the tunnelway of the forum. Yes.
Oh, dude, that's a little more than a fan. Cowbell, baby, cowbell.
Well, that's Jay saying, that's the engineer saying that. But
Oh,
and that of course is because of Phil Jackson. He started that one, the cowbell thing.
that would be cool. I remember that fight. She still hasn't answered though. But yeah, good job, Jay. I thought it was her. And while we get a response from her, apparently Sports Illustrated is quoting several sources that Major League Baseball won't adjust the pitch clock for the postseason.
Why should
The
they?
pit-
Yeah, why would they?
well, it's because August Spears crying about it. Because as of recent, there have been some misinterpretations where I think it happened this week where a player he called his one timeout and he stepped back into the box. And the moment that you look at the picture, you're basically saying, okay, go ahead. Well, apparently what this guy did is he looked down while he was still getting set. And I guess the umpire took it as he looked at the pitcher. I'll see if I can find that video. And he was not ready. And the pitcher was already on. He was already set. He acknowledged it, started his windup, and he's like, no, 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 not ready, not ready, not ready, not ready. And the pitch came in, and lo and behold, strike three. So
I'm
there,
sorry, you don't make adjustments to a pitch clock in the postseason, because if
Yeah,
there were adjustments that
exactly.
were going to be made, you make that earlier in the season. You don't do
Exactly.
that during the postseason.
as a matter of fact, I thought they worked out those issues fairly well in March and April. There was I forget what happened in April. I don't think I have the notes on it. I may go back and Sports Talk with the guys to see if I have any articles in April on that. I got 6 episodes that day. But
Oh yeah,
I don't
that was
know.
funny, engineer.
But that was early
Super
on.
funny. Have you seen
Oh,
that commercial, Tanya?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it is hilarious. So it's Jerry Rice, Dan Marino, um, Emmett Smith, and I can't remember the third guy, the one that made the catches with those one-handed football catches.
Uh-huh.
So they're all looking at they're like, I could still play. They go, let's come out of retirement. And they show them like trying to get all their gear on, and all of a sudden they show the fans, and you see Dan Marino coming out with the Dolphins. He's just jogging out there, and the fans are going crazy. They're like, "Oh my God, Dan Marino's back!" And he gets to the field and he bends over and he's like, give me a second, guys. I gotta take a breath. And then he gets the play call and he looks at his forearm, that has all the plays on there,
Mm-hmm.
and he can't see it. So he's going like this. He's like, and he's like, puts his glasses on, and as he's looking at the play, he's like, okay, I got it. And the ref called him for he took too much
delay
time.
game.
Delay game. And then a couple of the other guys, like Jerry Rice, he's trying to do his little shimmy that he did, and he falls down.
I've not
Emmett,
seen that one. Darn.
Emmett Smith gets tackled, and he's just like on the ground. And all of a sudden, the next scene they show him, and they're all sitting back on the couch, and they're like, "I'm fine where I'm at." And then the very, very last part is Tom Brady. And he looks and he's like, come out of retirement? Who would do such a stupid thing? And that's where the commercial ends.
Oh my God, I gotta look that one up.
Yeah, funny. Randy Moss, there we go, yeah. Randy Moss was that fourth person. So someone from the fan throws the ball at Randy Moss, and he just catches it with one hand. He's like, I still got it. But as he turns around, he's all, that hurt.
Folks, I'm going to play it without audio. It's probably going to ruin it, but I am going to play it right now. And because if we do the audio, even though actually this is a recording of a commercial played on television, I'm not going to risk it. I'm just not. Here it is, folks. Check it out. It's a 30-second commercial.
Oh,
And
Lay's, there we go.
Yeah, here we go. Boom. I wish I was out there. Yeah, the son retire.
See,
Hey, Grandpa. Oh,
see how the way he just one hands it.
I still got it. I get a senior discount.
Oh, this is a short version.
Oh, unretire. Who'd be dumb enough to do that? That was funny. All right.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
That's
good.
the short
this
version?
is a short version of it.
I'm
Yeah, there's
sorry.
a longer version that shows Marino and stuff, and it's funny. But oh yeah, that one
Yeah,
goes right
based
up
on
there
what you were
with
telling me.
that one goes right up there with the 100th anniversary one where they showed all the players. Remember that one? The
Yes.
greatest NFL commercial of all time.
I loved that one.
That one actually is incredible. I may have found it, Big Dog. I apologize.
That's fine.
This
No
runs
need
like
to apologize.
141. Wow.
You know there's no apologies necessary in sports talk with the guys.
Oh, okay. Here we go, folks. This is a minute 41. We'll get to it right now. And it's a Pepsi commercial. Oh, it's not a video. Oh, there it is.
So there you
No,
go.
there it is. It's unretire. Why not? Grandpa. I still got it. I need that senior discount. We're good right here, bro. Unretirement? Who'd be dumb enough to do that? This is their new and funny commercial.
It's good to see that they're getting back to having entertaining commercials again, not like before.
Actually, it's a commentary. It doesn't look like it's the entire video.
Yeah.
So sorry about that.
Eh,
Yeah, I guess they're not going to play the entire video too. They know better. Yeah. I've chosen the wrong links. There's a lot of them. I don't know which one it is, but we'll see. As you know, folks, as we move forward, we will be having permission on certain things, but we're still not there yet. I've noticed that on YouTube, when I remind them that we're NDB Media, they're like, yeah, okay, all right, fair use and all that stuff. So I'm able to get away with it, but it just takes a while sometimes. Big Dog?
yeah. I just wanted to with Elizabeth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to
She has
explain
not answered yet.
I know, but I just want to explain why I dislike would be the nicest word I can use the Sacramento Kings so much, or the Sacramento area so much. I'm a fan of the Lakers, as everyone knows. But if you come into my town as a Boston Celtic fan, a Kings fan, a Sixers fan, I have no problem with you.
Oh,
We're there to enjoy the game. When I used to work for Rite Aid, was a merchandiser. Yeah, I saw that, and I
sorry,
traveled.
bud.
I traveled all the time, and a lot of times I travel up to Sacramento. So I had one of those little Laker balls that go on the antenna. You know, that was pretty much the only thing I had on my car. Drove up there. First thing I did when I got into Sacramento, just before I got to the hotel, I stopped at a 7-Eleven, Circle K, I don't remember what it was, to pick up some snacks and a soda. I wasn't in there in not 5 minutes. 5 freaking minutes. And I come outside and someone had taken my antenna ball and
Oh,
smashed it on the ground. 5 freaking minutes. I'm like, come on, guys, really? Are you guys that depressed that we beat you every freaking year that you have to take it out on the fans? And of course, Scorekeeper has his story about, he could tell who was NorCal and who was SoCal when he did his union trip.
as a matter of fact, in 2002, when I was on leave, I was sent up north to do
Yes, Jay, yes.
some walking up north. And I told Big Dog when I came back, dude, it was quite easy to tell who were the representatives from Northern California and who were the representatives for Southern California, because everyone that was from Northern California had the newspapers at the time, newspapers outside their office doors or on the wall saying, uh, the NBA Dream Team, Kobe, Shaq, and the three refs. It was like, it was
Sour grapes.
obvious, man. And
Sour
that was
grapes.
awesome. It was funny in that amongst the legislators in California. Oh,
Oh, you
okay,
okay?
young lady?
I'm fine. That's what happens when you're a crafter and everything is thrown everywhere. Then you just end up tripping over stuff. Sorry.
Nah, it's all right. I'm glad you didn't buy it on air, man. We're not very good at editing. It takes forever to edit.
Oh no, it would not have been edited. That would have been
Oh, no,
saved
I
for
mean-
posterity.
Yeah, no, it would have been great. I mean, who
See,
doesn't love
no.
somebody falling?
The question would have been, would we have said, "Are you okay?" and then laughed, or would we have laughed and then said, "Are you okay?"
You would have laughed. Yes, you would have laughed. I would have been.
No,
I
Oh, you
totally
think?
would
no,
have
because
laughed.
I would
just like
never
just
have
like
laughed.
just like right now, I asked first if she was okay, and then I laughed. So there you go. You didn't even say anything. You just went, "Oh, oh."
Which is totally fine. I'm all good.
I know.
Jay says, "Are you okay?" Elizabeth says, "I don't like Sacramento either.
Yay.
It's a dump town."
That's right.
And yes, we
That's
have it.
right.
I'll let you in on a serious. I'm mostly everything SoCal fan, not so much local. All right. She says secret. No, we got that. And if you've noticed, Elizabeth, most of the time, because we aren't actually, Elizabeth, have you noticed that when you write stuff in the autocorrect, don't I actually get it? Have you noticed that over these last few weeks that I say correctly? Because kindred spirits or messed up minds think alike. It is funny. Elizabeth has commented that I will say stuff and things that I like, and over the last many months that I've been able to get to know her, we have a lot of likes when it comes to history, sci-fi, sports, and stuff, and I appreciate that. And Elizabeth, I want to tell you publicly, when we're on, you're there, and it's wow. I have actually, I look forward to seeing you in every program. It's a commitment. But I thank you for that. It means a great deal to me. It means a great deal to us because you're always commenting away. Grenard
Raj,
girl.
would you consider Sacramento a farming city? Because I kind of always felt that way going up there. Now, I haven't been up there for a good 10, 15 years now because, I no longer work for Rite Aid, but
It
that
was
always,
it was in the way that Pomona was a farming city too, a long time ago.
yeah, that was
Sacramento
like
in the
100 years ago.
well, right. In the 50s, 60s, and 70s, Sacramento was already a city in the way that we consider LA and San Francisco. But around there in the environs, it's still very much uh farming and agriculture and animals and stuff like that. So yeah. Oh yeah, higher up, yes. So north of Sacramento, yeah, quite a bit still. And south of,
And south of also, yeah.
but it's funny how she said that. I wonder if it still is as much. Because
Uh,
in
well,
early this
yeah,
year,
that's true.
when we went on a drive to up the Eastern Sierra, Reno, Sacramento, and came on down, dude, after you leave the Sacramento, that funny triangle and stuff, you're driving through a lot of suburbs. So I think less so. But is it a farming? It used to be. Yeah.
I
And
remember when I went up to do a store in Corcoran, and that's all there. It's either the prison or farming. That's all that happens there. And Corcoran, in that city of Corcoran,
Big Dog, you were in prison?
no, no, no.
No.
This is when I worked. This is when I worked for Rite Aid,
Oh,
and
Only got part of the story.
they decided to put a Rite Aid in Corcoran because there was literally nothing there when we got there, and it was a brand new store built from the ground up. So we were there to set it up, but the only named companies that were there there was a AutoZone, a Taco Bell, and a McDonald's. That was it. There was no. The hotel we stayed at was a mom and pop hotel because there was nothing else around. Where we ate was like a mom and pop diner, and there was nothing. We hated those 3 weeks. We were there for 3 weeks, and we hated it because there was literally nothing to do. Once you got off of work, you just went back to your room. Because Corcoran, there's nothing around.
How far is Corcoran from just somewhere else right now? Because I don't remember where it is.
At the time, we were a good.
Is it north of Sacramento?
No.
Okay, it's south.
I think it's. Yeah, I think it's south. I think it's north of Fresno. I'm trying to remember.
Oh, now check this out. I worked in the jails and was recruited for San Quentin back in the day.
Wow.
Oh, and once again, Elizabeth, you've shared with us. I thank you for your service. You are a veteran, and you've done a lot of stuff, and it's I thank you for that. You don't wear your military on your sleeve when you're in programs and stuff, but you have hinted from time to time in the programs here. And again, I thank you for your service. I appreciate you spending time with us. She's had a few jobs. One day when she overcomes her fear of being on video, she'll be on with us. So,
well, as we've said before, she can come on and just turn the camera off.
You can do just audio, woman. Yeah, you're right. We've said that, but not much longer. So,
I mean, I know I worked for just pretty much Rite Aid my working career, but the thing is, they had me travel everywhere, and I always tell everybody, think of the tiniest little know-nothing town you can think of, and if I know about it, it's because there was a Rite Aid there.
Long Island.
See, I can't say that about New York. The only I mean, there's so many towns that I couldn't even pronounce or didn't know where the hell they were in California. We're like, why are we going there? Well, from the Rite Aid in. Oh shit, okay, And my trips to New York were all in the Manhattan area. Except the one time, and I'm not sure. You'll have to remind me, Ice Queen. Is Spanish Harlem near Manhattan or no?
It's in Manhattan.
Okay, so we were in Manhattan once again because we did Spanish Harlem. That was one of the stores I did.
Oh, you did that big one on like 100 and what is it?
It's right. It's right next to a Chase Bank. It's a Chase Bank and then the Rite Aid.
Oh yeah, that's not big anymore.
Oh yeah, a lot of my stores closed. Fuck. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's funny. So look, we do have a. Okay, that's another one I'm gonna have to write down. We do have a mature.
So okay, so that one's gone. Yeah, I did that one, and that was the first time because this would have been. Oh man, this would have been maybe 2008, 2009.
Okay.
And cigarettes were $10 in New York because over here in California they were only about $6. So when we saw the $10 and up price, we were like, holy crap. And that was one of the hardest stores to work in because the configuration of the way it was, and the stockroom was downstairs, and there was this little like tunnel way that you could like walk down this hallway, and it was just like in the horror movies. It was that, because it wasn't even concrete, so it was still dirt and shit and pipes sticking out, and I was like, this is your stockroom? They're like, yeah.
Welcome to New York.
Okay. Yeah, pretty much. Parking was horrible.
Oh, yeah, no,
man.
You don't drive in the city if you don't have to.
Yeah, and see, then we had no choice, so because we would try and carpool it, but it would still be at least 2-3 cars because it would be like 12 of us. But yeah, parking was. I think we got lucky maybe about just over half the time. We got lucky where we were able to park in front of a parking thing, on the curb.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a couple of times we had to park in a paid parking, and it was at that time, which we thought was crazy. It was like $35 overnight.
You know how much it is now?
Yeah, I know. Can you imagine? It's probably like $75.
depending where. Like if I wanted to drive to work and I put my car in a garage, I'm paying $50 a day, $900 a month.
Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, because there was a couple places. Yeah, when we were, because we did. I remember we did a store down there by Wall Street. It was like a few blocks over. It was a Rite Aid, and parking down there was outrageous. We were like, no, we'll park and we'll huff it in,
Yeah.
But
there,
it was
a lot of those places like Rite Aid, Dwayne Reed, and they actually have closed now because of all the stealing and all that other stuff that's been going on. Because people don't know how to act like civilized human beings. So
you're gonna laugh at this because you're of course a New York girl all your life. When we first got to New York, and we, of course we did our job. We got off and we're like, hey, let's sightsee a little bit. And we're walking down. I think we were in Manhattan, so we're walking around Manhattan and stuff, and we're like, what's this Dwayne Reed? What the hell is that? Who's Dwayne? And then I asked someone, they're like, oh, they're you guys, but bigger.
Yeah.
They like own they own the East Coast. The way and I was thinking, okay, the way we owned at the time, Rite Aid owned because it was formerly Thrifties, we owned the West Coast. It was all us. So I'm like, okay, Dwayne Reed is version of us, because it was like every other block was a Dwayne Reed. I'm like, what the hell?
Yep, not anymore, but because now Dwayne Reed is owned by Walgreens.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
They did that same thing here. Walgreens bought up a few. In fact, Walgreens, at the time, this was before I quit, or no, before I quit. So this would have been around the 2010s or so. Rite Aid had probably about 4,800 stores nationwide. Wow. Yeah, we were number 3. It was Walgreens, CVS, and then us, and we were right behind CVS. Well, when in the mid 2010s, like around 2014, 2015, Rite Aid had a cash flow problem, so they decided to sell most of their Midwest and East Coast stores to Walgreens, because Walgreens wanted to come into SoCal, but they couldn't get their foot in the door. So what they did is they bought a bunch of Rite Aids, and then later on bought pretty much the Midwest and East Coast. They ended up buying something like 2,500 stores from Rite Aid. Wow. So they could get their foot in the door. Yeah. Because in SoCal, the hardest part was they wanted to come in and, of course, want to sell liquor, because everyone sells liquor here. And because they were a new company coming in, Walgreens wasn't big here at the time, they would have to wait for their liquor license.
Yeah, California is very tough when it comes to that.
Yeah. But if they bought into a company or took over a company, then they inherit that liquor license. So that's why they came into SoCal, and when they couldn't get what they wanted, they bought like 500 Rite Aids to convert them over. And then they said, well, we already have a liquor license, so we're converting theirs, and it was just under new ownership.
Okay. Well, that worked out then.
For them, yeah.
Yeah, for them.
I will be back in a couple of minutes.
And to think it used to be so huge, Rite Aid, under Thrifty. They own so many different other entities. It was crazy. Just it didn't work. Mismanagement, I suppose. But it is what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing 10 a.m. Pacific time. We're probably going to lose our LinkedIn feed because I guess there's a 4-hour limit, as I've learned. So if you're watching us on LinkedIn, we ask you to join us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, or Twitter. So thank you for joining us. And we're going to see how long we're going to go.
I'm almost done with one card.
Look, all this time she's been working on that one card, folks. That's crazy. She is an artist. That's why. And I'm gonna wait for the big dog to return right now. So, folks, I apologize. I just walked away. Um, right now, just a lot of liquids. It's just it feels like I drink and then it's like oh. So, and it's all due to the way I'm feeling right now, which is all right. I'm embarrassed. Last week we only did like 3 hours. You guys all know I was laboring, and now like I said, now I'm repeating it. We all know why. So I'm just happy that I know. And when I had the emergency room visit on Thursday, when the doctor gave me the lab work results, he says, Mr. Noriega, other than the infection that you have, you're actually okay. Your kidneys are good. Everything. I actually got good news, and it has helped me improve. I know it's helped my psyche because I was worried because I had the pain in the lower back, amongst other things, and I was really concerned. I didn't think I was passing a rock or anything, but it was bad. And I just started the antibiotics yesterday, and that's going to run 10 days. So we'll see. But it's okay. Mm, getting better on that. And it helps the psyche. So if I repeat that again, I'm sorry. It's good news. It's good news. And it's like, wow. Uh, losing weight, I got down to 224, man. So when that guy, his booking photo, when he said he weighed 215, it is raining, Jay. Yes. That's what took me a little bit longer. I ran outside and it was raining. I'm like, oh, I had to run back into the garage here to get my jacket and back out. So it's a good rain. It's not a drizzle, it's a rain. So maybe a light rain. But I'm glad. I'm really glad. Look, it's September 2nd and we have rain. Elizabeth says, yeah, definitely weren't there last week. Yeah. Yeah. But we showed up. And I do it. Look, folks, even when I'm not feeling well, I want to be here. Come on, cut it out. This helps out, and being able to spend time with all of you is just absolutely unbelievable. We do it for you as
Until I
well
get
as
on the program and Roger's like, "I damn it."
ah ha ha. Cut it out because I talk about you all the time, Tanya. I do, and you know I'm flattered, and your love of baseball. I love that and I appreciate that. And yes, I feign being offended by her, and I don't. I know how she is. Cut that shit out. Come on, man. And so being able to act the part. I mean, don't get me wrong. I really don't want to engage you at sometimes. I mean that there's some truth. So whenever you're really going off, and I'm just turning around, I'm like, oh shit, I'm too old for this crap. Some of that is real. But nah, man, I'm not offended in any way whatsoever because you, unlike others, you can dish it as well as take it. That's why it doesn't bug me when you mouth off against my team. It doesn't bug me in the least because you have given credit as well as you will rip them in general as and you do everyone else. And that's why, Tanya, when you like if I would say if you attack me and the team, nah, nah. I don't even see it that way. I respect your opinion, and it's good. You know, but there have been times, Tanya, which I know when you sign off, I know you're not listening because there have been, I think there was one time when, and Big Dog will probably confirm it, you really went off, and I was like, okay, fine, fine, whatever. And you were just doing what you were doing, and Big Dog is muted right there. He is, he's back. And you really went off, and everyone was laughing because you were getting the best of me on everything. And you left, and the second you left, oh, I went off. I was like, oh yeah, well, Tanya, this and this, whatever. And I was mid sentence, and you came back, and I was like, everyone in the chat room died. And this Tanya, this was within the last Big Dog, 6 months.
Yeah.
It was recent, and I thought everyone was gonna call me out. No one said a word. They were laughing so hard. Because I mouthed off is one of the few times that I actually did mouth off. I'm like, yeah, okay, well, Tanya, she's a Mets fan. She stuck with her team, whatever. I get it. Being unhappy, being a Mets fan. and I was in the mid-sentence, and you showed back up, and I was like, so when you returned, I still had to be, because someone let you back in like this. Usually, I'm the one that lets people in. Oh, no, these bastards, they saw you, and they in. And I was like,
Yeah, because you left right after that. You're like, oh, gotta get my pills, and you just
oh, yeah. So I even don't know what happened. That's funny, right? Because I did mouth off. It was one of the few times. So it just goes to show you, Tanya. And it wasn't. It was funny. It was. Oh, Jay remembers that. Tanya, I wasn't being a dick. It's just I didn't answer you to your face. I answered you when you left.
He
That's
took
what
the
it
coward's
was.
way out.
Oh, hell yeah. It was hilarious. And I wasn't calling you names or anything, but I was like, oh yeah, well, Tanya this, Tanya that with their Mets or whatever. When you came back in, that was the look. It was like deer in headlights, and I was like, gotta go. That was funny. That was damn funny. I'm gonna have to find that. I don't know where it was. I don't think I ever made a note of that one because I left. So, because it was, I think, the only time you ever came back. Because you said you had to go and something, you just came back, and I was like, oh shit, I'm out.
You already know everybody was going to call you out for it.
Yeah, I think that's why I didn't stay. But they didn't tell you because I guess you didn't know of it, did you?
No.
I think they were just laughing so hard. And there it is. I just got my report from LinkedIn because we've gone over. So for LinkedIn, I don't know. I'm gonna have to find out what is going on, but we'll see. But it looks like at the 4-hour mark, it's done. So, folks, it's 10:01 a.m. Pacific time on Saturday, September 2nd, 2023. It is Labor Day weekend. We're having a wonderful, wonderful time, and this is really good stuff. This is Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. That's Ice Princess down there. Over my left is the big dog, and of course, your humble servant, the scorekeeper, right now. So, having a wonderful, wonderful morning, and it's good. It is a holiday weekend, so we shall see. Hopefully, I'll get an answer back from Anime. Oh, there it is. Look at that, folks. You saw it from nothing to something. Look at these codes. You see, there's depth to the card, folks. Wow, look at that.
beautiful.
So the lantern can actually be pulled off because it is 3D, and you can put a string to it and use it as an ornament.
Wow. I think I know where I may have that last card. Otherwise, I don't. I'm going to give it a quick look. I need about a minute. Big Dog, you have the con, please, if you don't mind.
No, I don't want to.
I mean, after a while, you kind of get tired of talking.
Actually, what I've been doing is we've been talking about my old company. I was kind of reminiscing of all the crap that we used to own back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Roger found something.
So, Tanya, of the 10 that you sent me, think back. You're like, I know. No, I made 300 cards last year. But think back.
I actually didn't. Last year was a very down year.
Oh, okay. Economy-wise, I'm so sorry. Folks, this is the one that I saved. And then Tanya will, of the ones you made me, here is the one that I saved. Look at that, folks.
That's one of my popular ones.
Well, look at how it is, folks. It's like a diorama on a card. And this is the one that I saved. And yes, she does have Amador card designs, but hopefully she'll be including the website next year or a link. But on the back of the card, it does say Amador card designs. There it is. This is the one that I saved. Folks, this is absolutely beautiful. There's depth to the card, and it is really the base down here. It's a bit glittery, and it's just absolutely beautiful. And when you open up the card on the inside, there's a lot of room for you to write your message. Holly, jolly, everything. That is so nice. It is cool. It's a nice card. I saved it. It's beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
I don't think I'm going to be using that one. I think that's the one I'm going to save. I had a feeling where I had one, and sure enough, I just had to go and take a look, and I did right now. Beautiful card. I think I did take pictures of the others.
Did I give you a variety pack?
Yes, you did. I don't know. I don't remember the designs now because it was last year. But there were several. That wasn't this. They were all unique, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
It's 10:01. Do you know where your adults are? Yes.
What adults?
I know that you are definitely on the younger side, and forgive me for the ageism here, Tanya, but in the 1980s, I don't know if you know this, and Big Dog, Elizabeth, I, and even Jay to a lesser extent, at 10 p.m. at night
Yep.
on the broadcast. Oh, so you do remember. That's how Gen X was. The question was, parents, do you know where your children are? At 10 p.m., folks, they had to remind the audience, do you know where your kids are? Wow. Uh-huh.
What does that say when you have to remind parents about where their kids are?
Ooh, yeah, we were on our own, man. We were.
That was the 80s. That was normal. That was normal.
You know, it was normal where we could actually walk somewhere at 10 o'clock at night. We could go walk to the corner store almost everywhere. I mean, there were some places even back then that you couldn't do that, but
yeah, no, you didn't do that in New York.
Oh, okay. Well, we could go. Yeah, huh, Jay?
It's just like the videos that you see now, where there's that Gen Zer that says, What is it about you guys, the Gen Xers,
who let
that
Gen
drink
X off the hook?
Yeah, that drink water from the water hose. Was it a sink available?
Guy. Yeah, weren't sinks available? It's like, what a moron!
Well, it's because we weren't allowed inside. If we went inside, that was it. You couldn't go back out. So we didn't go back in.
We were the last generation of feral kids. We could survive on our own. I've joked about drinking from a hose. Oh my God, folks, when we went to San Jose in the 90s, when my significant other's family was up there, we went to visit them in the house that they were in. And Christina, God bless her soul, I was tired. I had just driven up 6 hours. I said, may I have water? And she quickly reached for a water bottle. I'm like, no. Thank you. Save your water. I would like it out of the faucet. This is a young lady that had been in the United States for 1 year. In the 90s, maybe early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s. And the look of horror on her face. She goes, what are you talking about? You want water from the faucet? Who are you? That was the look that she was giving me. And I knew what I said. I said, yes. This conversation was in Spanish. I said, from the faucet, please. And she remained in that look of horror. And I said, woman, you haven't been here that long to believe that crap. Yeah, I appreciate that chuckle. You've been here a year. You can't believe that crap. Cut it out. And we did. We grew up with water from the faucet. We grew up with water from the hose.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she didn't want you to drink the water from the faucet because she was from Mexico, and you don't drink the water from Mexico.
Okay, well,
you have that brought in. That's the shock that she was giving you. It's like, what? You want tap water? No, you don't drink tap water.
That may be true, but she was still talking about our water in California. I'm like, woman. When I went to Florida in 2021 and Georgia, and I had water over there, I was a little bit PO'd because you serve the water from the tap, and it is clear, man. It is. I know, Tanya, it's shocking. When I was in Portland, Alaska, and I would serve the water from the tap, at first I was like, is there any water in there? Because I'm from Southern California. If I can't see the water, before it sets, I'm like, well, what's this? The water in Portland, wow, and in Alaska was wow. I mean, that was glacier fed. The water in Alaska. I had not tasted water like that, and I've not tasted water since. So when I see the water bottles that they sell and I drink it, says glacier fed, I'm like, Bullshit. Nuh-uh. No. I can taste the water. It's not glacier fed, so they're lying. You liars! Oh my god. It's good. Do you drink water from the faucet or filtered? I mean, in the house, we have like the Brita filters and we have the water that comes through the refrigerator, which is filtered. But we don't buy the water bottles.
Nope, no water bottles here. Our water is actually the
Yeah.
cleanest water.
You beat me to it from the Croton Aqueduct, is it?
Mm-hmm. Yep, we have the cleanest water of all the states. So you can drink it from the faucet and you're good.
Yeah.
Don't think you're being poisoned. Poisoned is if you go to Florida.
Well, I drank the water when I was in St. Mary's, Georgia, right by the military base. So you go figure.
That explains a
Jason,
lot.
yeah. Speaking of water, one day I need to share a funny story. And then Elizabeth says, "You realize that bottled glacier water is all tap water, right?" Yes. Loath cat. Yes. Okay, yes. I know. That's why I will not buy it from the bottle. So, switching gears real quick. I know you're still working, Tanya, but Jay, I read it correctly. When are you going to Paradise?
Puerto Rico? I don't know.
Oh,
In
very
2
good.
weeks.
Okay, Fantasyland.
2 weeks.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
we're doing the Halloween party.
Cool.
Oh, that is cool. How long are you going to be down there?
5 days. It's a short little trip.
You see, even Jay was like, when I said Paradise, he said Puerto Rico. Jay's like, he meant Disney. That was good. I love that we're all on the same page, man. So 5 days down there. So how does it work? Is it day per park or what's if there is a plan, what is it?
I'm an annual pass holder. We don't do per day tickets anymore.
Yeah. How many parks do you have access to? Is it 5
All
or
of them.
7.
7? It's 7 parks.
Yeah.
4
I
parks.
believe it's 7 parks, right?
No, it's
Isn't
4
it 7 parks?
Well, if you count the water parks, yeah, it's 7. But
Yeah.
you have to pay separately for the water parks.
Oh,
really?
come on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They used to be included, but then they got rid of that. So now you have to pay. It's an add-on. Like the photo pass, that used to be a part of, if you were an annual pass holder, that used to be part of the package also. They got rid of that. You have to pay separately for that. That's an extra $100. So, here's the thing that pisses me off about Disney. If you're a resident of Florida, you can pay off your annual passes on a monthly basis.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. I had that
But
here.
if you're out of state, these mother truckers want you to pay up front
All at once?
$1,400 for one.
Why don't you have you ever thought about maybe getting a P.O. box in Florida? And just paying that, it's only like $30 a year or something like that. And then you could just say you're a resident.
Actually, you actually have to show proof of residence.
Oh,
You
okay.
have to have a bill and everything.
Oh, okay.
Like they make you go through it. Like Disney does not play.
That is true. Disney will get you for every penny they can.
Yeah, and we were upset because we actually wanted to go to Disneyland's Oogie Boogie Bash.
Oh, okay.
But they sold out in like 2 hours.
Yeah.
All the tickets sold out. And then they're being resold for $2,000.
Yeah, on eBay and stuff. Yep.
Which I'm pissed off about because we were gonna go to Oogie Boogie
fair.
Bash this year.
That's just not fair.
It's not. And then Disney opened up more tickets again so that people who missed out can try again.
Mm-hmm.
Again, same thing happened. Sold out, and it was all resellers.
I don't understand why then that with everyone having some sort of Disney connection, whether it be on Disney Plus, D23, folks, I am a D23 member, and I was offered Disney Plus for 3 years at like $129 or $139 when at first, and I was like, I did the math. I'm like, 3, screw it, I'm in. But Disney 23 opened it up to anyone as long as you registered under the free membership of Disney, the D23 club. It was open to everyone, so they just didn't do it. Granted, in 2019, $120 some was expensive, but this was 3 years. It was ridiculous, and I think it was one of the best investments I ever did because it started November 12th, I think it was, or November 11th,
Something like that.
2019, and then COVID hit almost right away. That was crazy. And I am now on a yearly plan on everyone except for Netflix. I don't think I have Netflix at the moment, but I do have HBO Max. I do have Disney, and there's another one that I think I haven't. I just went yearly on. Oh, Paramount Plus also,
What
because
about Max?
HBO Max. Yeah, I have that one.
Hulu?
And I do have Hulu. Yes.
Hulu you could do a package with Disney Plus. So
Yeah,
Yes.
at first I
And
didn't want to
ESPN.
do that. Yeah. I do have Prime. Thank you, Jay. Yes, I do have Hulu, and I didn't want to do the package because it's stupid the way Disney. I've looked into this, where at first I didn't want to change it because you had to only get Hulu ad supported and ESPN. This was years ago. Now you can do it, but the requirement is you have to do it through your Hulu account, which I don't understand why. And it's just it's a mess, and I don't want to change the emails on Hulu. It's enough for me to say, okay, well, I'm gonna only have Hulu for not too much longer. But if I get the bundle, I'll get ESPN, Hulu, and Disney. So I am considering getting that, which is still
Yeah, that's
cheaper
what I have.
than Amazon.
Yeah,
I'm
that's what I
sorry.
have. I have it's Hulu, Disney Plus, and ESPN Plus, and I believe I pay $17.99 a month.
Big Dog, if you can, look and see what it is annual. Because I ended up re-upping, and I think I paid. Yeah, I paid $6.99 just for Disney Plus. I paid like 80. It was $79 my renewal
Mm-hmm.
for the annual. But even then, the price has gone up even from then. So when it's due in November, I have no idea what they're going to be charging me. But um, I know they have a discount for the annual for all three too. If you're able,
Yeah.
check it out. You never know. Might be a little bit better.
I gotta do D23. I haven't done that yet.
Well, there's several tiers of membership, and just being a D23 member, Tanya, there are cool benefits. You get notices and stuff. So going back to that, thank you, Tanya. Why don't they allow the members sign up first? Doing
I
it like
don't.
that.
I don't know. I mean, because I'm not a member of Disneyland, I'm not an annual pass holder or Magic Key holder for California, I would still get screwed because you have to be a member for certain things to get priority. Now, Disney used to do it where if you were an annual pass holder, you had first dibs. Like for right now, there's a new part of the park that's opening in Epcot for Moana Land. And if you're an annual pass holder, you get first views. Which I'm waiting for them to email me and say, hey, come down. You can get first look at Moana before everybody else. But that is what they're doing now instead of first dibs for like tickets and what have you.
There was a big update to California Adventure in the last month where they changed one of the lands, and it was on the news.
Tokyo, San Tokyo.
Oh, yes.
Tokyo, yeah.
For Hero 6, is it?
Mm-hmm. Big
Yeah.
Hero 6.
Yeah, you're right. I guess it was maybe just a few days ago.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful, but stupid. It was a very unnecessary thing to do. And here's the thing. Walt Disney was all about doing things that haven't been done. He was about, oh, don't do intellectual property. We're just gonna invent stuff and just come up with stuff. Yeah, no. The new people in charge of the parks, the new Imagineers, apparently have no real imagination anymore. So they just have to take intellectual property and turn those into rides. California Adventure was special because it was a nod to California. It is no longer becoming that. It is now becoming a nod to Disney and only Disney, which is stupid. So
a lot of the rides are.
Yeah, it's all like Pixar Pier now. And
Pixar Pier, and then you have the Cars Land, and then you have Big Dog. Did you ever get on the ride that the Tower of
the Tower of Terror? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's yeah. No, I got on that one in Florida. It scared me so badly I came off the ride paralyzed.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I don't
loved
know
it.
if it's, don't get me wrong. I've been on it. I'm not in a hurry to get on it again because there are no seatbelts on that ride. So I was there's like a little handle. That's it.
But it's got the bars there.
The bar doesn't.
The bar was not there when I rode it.
Even with the bar, it does nothing because I remember it drops and I was off my seat holding on to my dad for dear life.
Wow.
Because I was like, oh my God, I'm going to die.
Yeah, you know what, Tanya? I'm having that paralysis on my left side. The fear. Yes, I get you. I was on the left side when I was on, and I think I was in the first row or the second. I don't know how many rows there are because there's at least two. But when I sat down, I was like, "Where's the seatbelts? Where's the bar? There was a handle." I'm like, "Nah!" And I held onto the handle, and folks, that is an amazing ride. Come on, it is an amazing, but no, I'm frightened of it. It's scary. Oh, yeah, Jay, you're right. It says Guardian of the Galaxy now. Go ahead, Big Dog.
I was going to say, and right now, I would give anything to be able to just ride one ride.
Oh, I hear. Yeah, I cannot ride anything right now either.
I can't because of my heart. And I always tell my girls, let's go to a theme park thing. Like, you can't ride anything, Dad. I go, technically, I can ride one ride. And then we find out what happens. Because, if I had the bad heart, I could ride one roller coaster. And if I died, then I guess I couldn't ride anymore. So but at least I've ridden one.
Yeah.
So I can get on one roller coaster at least.
You're funny. There's actually quite a few.
They don't find that funny though.
No, they don't. I appreciate it, Elizabeth. Tower Terror was so fun with my kids. I had to hold my 6-year-old down. Yeah, laughing all the way. Folks, I was frightened, but I have fond memories of that ride. That was a good ride by Disney. Damn them. Elizabeth says my daughter barely made the height requirement.
Elizabeth, your daughter's older now, but I had tricks for that one. My daughter, my youngest magically grew, 2-3 inches when you stuff the socks underneath of the shoe.
They're called lifts.
Yep. We would, because this was at Universal Studios. I think I did it at Disneyland also. I probably did it at all the parks. But at Universal, before you got into the line, there was a height requirement thing. So I would have her stand under it. It was Janelle. I would have her stand under it, and of course she'd be under it. I'm like, well, you're almost there, mija. Let's figure this out. And I think one time we didn't have any extra socks or anything. Tanya's gonna laugh at this one. We and I still to this day crack up. We had 2 Snickers bars. I put the Snicker bars inside her shoes. She could have the lift, so she could be on the higher requirement.
Not.
Yes, I did. That was a Mexican in me. That was a Mexican in me doing that.
That's damn funny, Big Dog. I'm sorry. That is damn funny. Wow.
Knott's Landing. You know what? I haven't been to Knott's Landing yet.
Oh, it's a very small park here in Disneyland. I'm sorry, in Southern California.
Everybody
It's cool to
talks
go,
about
Big
it.
Dog, but
Well,
you're done in a day.
Knott's Berry Farm. Well, yeah. No,
Yeah.
but it's one of the oldest amusement parks around. Knott's Berry Farm has been around since like close
Before
to 100
Disneyland?
years, I think.
Not
Yes,
before
I believe so.
Really?
I thought so.
Okay,
Because
fair
they
enough.
started with their berry. They started with the berry farm,
Hmm.
and then they had like little rides, and then it grew from there.
One of the things about Knott's Berry Farm is what you can do around there. It's almost like the county fairs just all year, huh, Big? Yeah, it's almost like
Yeah,
that, huh, Big Dog.
yeah.
There's a lot to do. The
The
food,
the
yeah, good fried
the
chicken.
the
Yeah,
the only problem with Knott's Berry Farm now at this moment,
yeah.
it's how shall I nicely say this? It is, well, the hell with it. It's ghetto now. It's ghetto.
Really?
It's been
Really?
because it's the admission is so cheap. I think it's only $35 to get in for the whole day.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so and there's been a lot of riots and fights and stuff that happened where it got to the point that you could not enter Knott's Berry Farm without someone 21 years or older with you.
Oh, that's right. That's within the last year. It's recent.
Yeah, well, they've done it
Because they're
twice.
being stupid.
Yeah. They did it last year. They got rid of it, and then it started up again at the beginning of the year with the fights and stuff. So they reinstated the chaperone policy.
That was happening at Magic Mountain as well, to the north of us, because it was
Yeah,
so easy and so inexpensive to get in. I remember Magic Mountain. The tickets were expensive, but here was the deal. Say they were $55 for the all day at there, but if you brought a Coke can to recycle, the second person got in for free.
Oh yeah,
Most
Great
people,
Adventure out here did that too, but I think it was
yeah.
Pepsi.
or it might not have been a Coke can. Sorry, it was it was a recyclable can. That was crazy. But most people would forget to do that, so it worked for them. But the Latin kids, they always brought their aluminum can. So
Hell yeah.
because that $50-$60 ticket all of a sudden became $30, it became a bargain. But Magic Mountain was having the problems over the last few years as well due to that element, and now they've raised the price.
Yep.
And I
And
think it's a
things have
shame.
gotten better.
Unfortunate, I was about to say it's a shame, but yeah. Yeah, Jay, this is recent. This is within the last year that stupid stuff has been happening at Knott's Berry Farm.
Yeah.
It's just
And of course, the big thing for Knott's Berry Farm is coming up in October, which is Knott's Scary Farm. They were probably the first one in SoCal to do the Halloween theme. Where you actually had the mazes and people scaring you and the whole thing. And of course, all those years that they had it, they were exclusive. And Elvira would be there every year because I went a few years and Elvira was there. And then Universal said, "Hey, we invented monsters. We're going to show you how it's done." And now, of course, Universal Studios Halloween Horror Nights is the epitome of if you want to go and be scared and go through those mazes and everything, at least in SoCal. And then, of
I want
course,
no
it's
part of that.
the Disney one, of course, is the happy Halloween one.
That's mine.
But there's some crazy mazes at Universal. I think the craziest one I remember that I went through was the La Llorona. They did a
Stop
maze
it.
with her. Yes, and they had like little pools of water, and they had like babies floating in it. And there was, of course, the lady that would be roaming around scaring the crap out of everybody.
I am not going to sleep tonight.
Sorry.
Sorry.
It's fine.
But Universal usually has, I think, 9 to 11 different themed mazes of all their different horror stuff. And then, of course, the rides. The tram is the Terror Tram. So you actually take the tram ride, and in the middle of it, they break down, and you have to walk, and you walk through the Bates Motel. You walk through the Bates Motel to
Which
get back
is at
to,
the studios. That's
yeah.
interesting because that's on the studio portion. So that
Mhm.
is cool.
Yeah, so they walk into a designated area, and there's, of course, another tram waiting for you.
Whoa! What the hell, Elizabeth? What do you mean they're not sorry? What? I never. She did. I mean, he did.
What?
Don't
They're
worry,
not
Elizabeth.
sorry.
I am well aware. I know how Tweedledum and Tweedledee are.
Actually, it's Tweedledum and Tweedledummer, but it's okay. I'm the dumber.
Well, I went silent on that because I didn't want to, but I think I'm overqualified. Oh my God, something happened yesterday where my daughter, as I said earlier in the program, my daughter and I went to go get some the prescriptions and we ran a few errands. And something about being, I love you. Yes. Um, Something about driving, and I think the thing about being stupid. And I think I told my daughter something defective. You're being stupid. I said, hey, it's what I do. That's the persona I take. I'm qualified for that. I said, yeah, but the problem is I never get hired, sweetheart, because I think I'm overqualified. It was something to that effect, and she laughed at just like that. So I said, oh, no, when it comes to being stupid, I'm overqualified.
You want to see card
See
number
now,
2?
Oh yes, yes.
if I was your daughter and said that, ooh, pretty.
Believe. Wow. That is
This
awesome.
one I added gemstones to. Right there.
Wow.
For the
Yeah.
berries.
Yeah. Folks, these are nice. These are nice. And they're not done in 5-10 minutes. You can tell. There's
It took me
creativity.
2 hours to do 2 damn cards.
Wow. Yeah. Peter, sorry.
Oh no, I was saying if you would have told her, that she was or stupid or
Back to
how
forth.
did you? What did you tell her? How did you tell her?
I told her something where she said, you're being stupid. And she says, yeah, well, I'm qualified for it. And then at
Oh,
which
okay.
point I said, I am overqualified.
See now, when you said, "Oh, you're being stupid," if I was your daughter, I would answer back, "Well, genetics. What can you do?"
Well, I answered it back by saying I'm overqualified. Elizabeth
Thanks,
said,
Jay.
oh, wow, beautiful. And then Jay
Thank
as
you,
well. Yes.
Elizabeth.
Young lady, your work speaks for itself. And it's a privilege that you show off your wares right here, which is really absolutely awesome.
You know what? It works for me too. Like being on the program, because then it actually gets me out of the bed, off the sofa. So like I suffer from depression. So half the time I just sit on the sofa because I really don't want to do anything. Or I'll just lay in bed and be like, oh, do I really have to get up? But at least if I'm on the program or what have you, I get up, I do my thing, and then I actually get to crafting again. So this is very cathartic for me.
That is absolutely awesome. And I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, we've all had our issues. I remember one time, Big Dog, Cliff, and myself were doing an evening program. It might have been a Monday night. Yes. He's joined us already once
Really?
in the last 3 months. Yeah, his health really took a turn. I call him my Borg buddy because, as you know, they didn't install a chip on him.
When?
So this was before COVID. They installed a chip to control his trembling. And it was funny because he explained the procedures. Dude, you really have a Borg accoutrement in there. He's like, yeah, I am. So he, of course, his health went down. He wasn't able to take care of himself. So he moved into a facility, one of those long-term facilities. And he was in Virginia. And he was on air with us, Big Up in the last 3 months?
Yeah, about two and a half months ago. Yeah, he came on for a
I'm glad
clip.
you remember. And hopefully he'll be joining us again real soon. So, yes, Cliff is the connection. Tanya and us. It was Cliff.
Yep.
Big Dog and I laughed because we are West Coast fans. I'm predominantly, I guess it's me. I'm the Yankee fan. And one day, Big Dog was going over the calendar and schedule. He says, we have 4 Mets programs.
Yeah.
And I, at which point, said,
you hadn't realized that.
and I snapped. I'm like, how the F did that happen? I'm like, that bastard, that bastard, that bastard, Cliff. We had Carell Cooper. We had Tanya Mercado. We had, of course, Cliff. And there was another young lady who was on with us. I can't remember the name of the program right now, but she was also out of New York, and she
It
was a
wasn't
Mets fan.
Karen Cooper, was it?
Blonde haired?
Yeah.
I could be Taryn Cooper. Yes. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
as well.
I had a falling out with her.
Yeah, and don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. She just stopped talking with us as well. Don't know why. So
Oh, there's been a few of those.
well, yeah, I'm not gonna say Tanya, thank you for that. That tells me something. I was like, okay. I respected her opinion. I appreciate she was a hardcore sports fan, but sometimes you just have falling out with people. And I didn't know what it was, but we just lost contact. So, like, all right.
The funniest thing with Cliff was when he did the adult program.
Oh, the porn stars.
We found out so much information from him.
Actually, oh my God, we're doing an interview, and he's interviewing a porn star, and Big Dog and I were here, wherever we were together, and we were interviewing. And she, dude, was she a porn star, or was she one of those that did the videos?
No, she was a porn star, and he was interviewing her, but he was revealing a lot of his own personal, let's say, likes and dislikes.
Yes.
Yeah, likes and dislikes to her.
And Big Dog and I were like,
she was really nice about it. I mean, she just did it like an interview, but Cliff, you could tell, was getting a little into the interview, a little too much.
And he was like, different likes that people have.
Yeah.
Big Dog and I were just like, look at each other like, we're learning a bit about it. Don't get me wrong, folks. I don't know about TMI. It was a legitimate interview about the topic, but Big Dog and I were like, oh.
Well, it might have been TMI on his personal preferences.
But remember, we had Playboy Playmate on with us, and she was awesome. She was awesome. And then the husband joined in another. Oh my God, that was a blast. That was a blast. She was a Playboy Playmate that was on the family on Fox television, Married with Children. She was the one that actually changed the course of Married with Children.
Now, from what you can remember, Raj, on that interview, did she come, or did she actually pose nude or topless for Playboy, or did she come into Playboy after they stopped doing nudity? Do you remember? Because I think
she was a '70s Playmate, dude. Oh, it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So she was totally no. So I don't know if you know now. I think over the last maybe 5-7 years, Playboy, at the time that I remember reading about it, Playboy doesn't do nudity anymore.
Yeah. Her name, Devin DeVasquez, folks.
That's right.
A gorgeous woman, but also gorgeous up here and here. Her interview was a blast. She was a lot of fun, and she had a blast with it. And she recorded a promo for us. I don't know if I can download it. That's the problem. I would love to download that promo, and was it for Sports Talk with the Guys? But I know she did a 14-second promo, as did Andrea Gabriel. Oh man, she was awesome. Andrea Gabriel from Lost, folks. She was. I'm gonna have to see if I can download some of these.
Where'd Big Dog go?
I'm sorry, I lost him. Oh, I don't know. Maybe his iPad finally took a dump right now. I didn't even realize he had left. I was looking at the Blog Talk Radio screen. Oh, iPad died. He just sent me the message.
I thought for a second, I thought you said his eye patch went out. I was about to say, his what?
That's funny. I like that. No, No, not that. Let me see.
Speaking of which, I gotta charge my phone. There we go.
Let me see dashboard. I want to see if I can get into my settings. Because if I can get
If you
those.
can't download it, send it to me. I can record it at work and then I can just email it to you.
That's very kind of, I'm seeing it right here. I'm at the sound clips, which I'm going to have to get these anyway. Let's see. I can, in Blog Talk Radio. Oh, you know what? I think I can only save it.
Oh.
There's no downloading option. That's a shame.
Well, send it to me. I can just record it and then just send the whole thing to you again.
That's very kind of you. What I'm going to have to do is well, it's in the studio on Blog Talk Radio.
Dude, I haven't been on Blog Talk in forever, so.
Since you stopped doing your program with us.
Well, yeah. I'm sorry.
No, stop with the sorries. No, I didn't mean it that way.
I know.
I know it's been that long.
Yeah,
and I am finally, Tanya, going to kill Blog Talk Radio.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a cheap SOB, but
no,
it's $40 a month that I only have 3 programs on there, which they can all move over to StreamYard. And I'm paying almost the exact same thing for StreamYard, every month with a lot more options.
No, yeah. I mean, you're better off just staying with StreamYard.
And knowing that the life is changing, I don't know what's going to be happening moving forward. I just don't know. I'm just learning to cut back and cut back. Look, $230, Tanya, gone. I'm only paying $15 a month now for really fast internet.
Well, yay, that means all my old programs will be gone into oblivion and I don't have to be embarrassed by the nonsense that I used to do before.
You're funny. I understand what you mean, though, by that, but Tanya.
Dude, like some of the stuff that I used to do, I'm like, oh my God, how the hell did I get through this?
Here's ndbmedia.net, folks. And here's, you see all of our main programs on the left, announcements upcoming. And at the bottom, you can find all the pages, everything that we have. But then over here, we have shows, video. You can click on them, follow links to everyone. And then, shows audio. Uh-oh. Right now, it only directs to the webpage, but we're going to be saving them all. If you don't want me to post them, Tanya, you are clearly entitled, because as I told all the hosts, my expectation is to host them on the platform. But if you want me to remove them,
no,
Tanya,
I mean, the one that I really, if you can, to really save is the one where I interviewed.
Oh, I talk about that episode. Barranca?
Yes. If you can save that one for me, because I really love that interview. That is one of my absolute favorite interviews.
I was your wing producer on that one, because I think, and you were kind enough. This is Roger. Want to ask him? I was I didn't want to take away because it was your program. You gave me the privilege of asking several questions. I think I spent about 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes at most. I think it was 5. But believe it or not, the interview that you arranged, was it Clint Hurdle, the backup catcher for the Mets of the '86 team?
Maybe.
Actually, no, not Clint Hurdle. That's a different catcher, but it was the catcher on the '86 Mets team. And I remember when you passed it on to me and I said, Roger, do you have any questions? One of the questions I asked him, I was, sir, you've caught for the '86 Mets team. That was an eclectic bunch of pitchers that had non-standard delivery. Remember that?
Oh,
yeah. And I said, dude, you got Sid Fernandez, Ron Darling, you got Aguilera, Dwight Gooden, and you have the lefty. Oh my God, I forget the lefty's name on the '86 team. Was it Ojeda? No, I think it was with Boston. Sorry. But there was a lefty that was on that team, and they were all unique. And I remember him saying, dude, yeah, I know what you're saying. Because remember, Sid Fernandez had that herky-jerky. They were all so unique. Mm-hmm. And I said, sir, I know you're a professional. but does it throw you from time to time? And I remember his answer being to the effect of, it does, not as much as you think, but the one that throws me is Dwight Gooden. Remember that? He said. And
Yep.
I said, why is that? I think his is more conventional. He said, because I caught him in the minor leagues and his stuff was better. Remember? And I said, oh, come on, dude. Remember that? He's like, yeah,
So yeah, if you could save those episodes for me,
I will be saving those.
that would be absolutely amazing. Like anything that I actually did that was good.
Ha ha ha, which was a lot. So, folks, we're going to be doing the audio archive over the next year, and we're actually going to be replaying those episodes. We have such an archive, folks. Blog Talk Radio has 3,418 episodes. That's
Of just
15,
NDB Media?
Just NDB Media.
Holy
That's not
crap.
even Sports Talk with the guys. So there is a lot of stuff on there that we have to get. So that's just on the primary channel.
Wow.
So we're working on it, folks. We're going to be downloading over the next year all the episodes as best we can. And
Yeah, if you could save my Branca, I would very much appreciate that.
yeah. Oh, and the reason why I remember the Ralph Branca is because we always requested to be highlighted by Blog Talk Radio. And the big names, we had a 60 to 70% chance of getting the highlight. Well, Tanya programmed the episode more than a week in advance. She put in for the request, and when the day showed up, it was not chosen as one of the episodes. And I remember Tanya had a cowl that day.
Really? I don't remember that.
It was not chosen as one of the 5 picks for the day.
Well,
I
and that's why
remember
we're
that.
no longer on Blog Talk Radio.
I wonder why. Yep. I wonder why. So, yeah, it's crazy. An incredible amount of stuff, folks. Is just absolutely incredible. Just on NDB Media, we have that many episodes.
Wow.
Oops. See it. Okay, all time. He may be on the Sports Talk with the Guys channel because I did a quick search under all the episodes, and I didn't.
Which one?
Just Branca
Oh.
on NDB Media. So he's probably on Sports Talk with the Guys. So I'm gonna have to locate it over there.
Yeah, because I think it was on the Black that we did the interview on.
Yeah, so that was probably on the Sports Talk with the Guys channel.
Okay.
Folks.
That was a good interview. I mean, Branca was such a sweetheart. Loved talking to him.
Yeah, it was unreal. Is he still alive?
I don't remember. No, I think he did pass. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, sorry, folks. Yeah,
because if he had passed, I would have asked you for a clip from the interview that I did, and I would have played it at my job, and it would have gone over the air, and they would have been. This interview was from NDB Media, and you guys would have gotten huge recognition in New York.
Oh, it's all good. Hey, look, when I was on television in 2011, what did I have? I had a Star Wars T-shirt and a Yankee cap, and it was like, "Where's the NDB Media T-shirt?" Like, well, I would not have probably been interviewed. It's funny. That was a sad Friday. I was on television across the United States, folks. You remember that? That was, wow, okay, yeah, that was a sad day. Everyone across the United States, family-wise, saw me, what was going on, and they called us the next day on Saturday to find out how Giselle was doing. Because if you guys remember that day, unfortunately, that was when the 18-year-old came back to campus to settle up with the young lady, the 17-year-old girlfriend that he had broken up with early in the week. And of course, she wasn't having nothing to do with it, and he stabbed her on campus. And it was in the quad. Everyone witnessed it. My daughter, sadly, she is the typical Noriega. She reached forward, as many did. Another young man was stabbed. One of the security people was stabbed because he was a big kid. He was 18. He was a football player. And my daughter was 6 feet away from it, and she stepped forward, and her friends pulled her back. And her friends told me that. They said, your daughter took a step forward to break up the fight. I'm like, Noriega, we are stupid. Uh, we we go where angels fear to tread. When there's a fight, we try to break it up. It's just in our DNA. We don't like seeing that stuff. And my daughter was not stupid, obviously, but you know what I mean by when I say that.
Yeah.
It's just we jump in, and my daughter, poor thing, she did. And because of the connections I had, I contacted the LA Times to know what was going on. They didn't know, and then they found out. So my daughter did a live interview with the LA Times. She's actually still on the newspaper if you look it up. She was on TV everywhere because she was talking. And my wife get very agitated at that. She's like, "Why are you doing it?" I said, "Because she needs to get this out of her system."
Mm-hmm.
But nah, she was unhappy with that at the time. And I say, "Look, if she can talk about this all the better." So it was a very sad day. I know I'm making this about us, and I'm not trying to, because a family lost their daughter. She was a beautiful soul. My daughter said, even though she didn't know her personally, she knew of her, and she said that she was one of the more attractive girls at school and was one of the more popular. And you would think, based on media, what you see. My daughter said, no, she wasn't that way. She was actually nice, and that's a shame. So Elizabeth says, no, we have sheepdog DNA. We protect those who can't. Eh, I don't know. Folks, I've been dumb. I remember I was driving down a street and I saw these guys. They were having a fight in the neighborhood, and it was like 4-on-1. I stopped in the middle of the street like an idiot, and I yelled at them. One of them pulled off, and I got up out of the car. And now these are middle school kids. You got this big 6-foot guy coming at them. They broke up and took off, and they all did. Boys are stupid, and they do things, and it looked to me, it was like 4-on-1. I'm like, no, 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 no. And they broke it up. I don't know what happened, but yeah, I've done that. I've seen other people do it. So when my Superman moment arrived, yeah, yes, they were middle school kids. What do I care? No, man. And oh, it wasn't pushing and shoving crap. No, they had the kid on the floor, and they were wailing on him. They were, and that was messed up. And that's why I yelled at them from the street. It was like I was in the middle of the street, then the car parked in the sidewalk, and they were on someone's lawn. So I'd walked through there many times before on my way home, so I get it. And I'm not saying that was the street to do it on, but I wasn't. Yeah, I was surprised. I wasn't surprised that it was happening right there. And sure enough, because I've seen grandmas and grandpas. They go in there and they cut that crap. That's our job, I guess. So anyway, I know the big dog probably most likely won't be returning, and we are good. So I'm gonna have to get going myself
Same.
because I have a few things to do. But I don't know, Tanya. I want to thank you for sharing with us, having the conversation with you, do as always. Is there any last item that you want to talk about, or even show off, dare I say?
No, I'm working on my third card right now, which is going to feature a gold bell.
Yes.
So we'll see. We'll see how that comes out.
That is so cool. Well, you saw one of her cards today. Here's the one that I saved again. And it's cool. I like it. And I think that shows the depth. I refer to it as a diorama almost, because for those of us that all went to school, we knew about dioramas. There's depth to it, folks. And when you look at it from the side, you can see it. It's not flat. It's tactile. And it's awesome. Because when you look at the card, There's string there, folks. Look at it, okay? And then there's a present in there as well. And then you have the backdrop, and then you have the snow up in front of it. Folks, they're personalized. They're made by hand. It's good stuff.
Thank y'all. Thank you. I mean, and if anybody wants to place orders or what have you, or if they're interested, they could just go to like the Amador Card Designs Facebook page.
Oh, boom! There it is.
And
Okay.
I'm not really all that active on it. However, if you message me there or message me on my personal, I will totally acknowledge. So all's good.
Yeah.
Because then I'll be posting links to the website on there where people can start purchasing stuff.
I'm gonna have to look it up. At Jedi.tax, Pond's Edge Design has a link. I do not have Tanya's, so I'm gonna have to put it on the website in a little bit. So the one thing I will ask, I know she's busy, but I will do it on my end. If you have a logo image, which I can use, and here's what I'm talking about. I love sharing websites of friends, folks. There it is. Of course, it's reverse order. There's NDB Media, but there's Rosalind's. So I will slip in Tanya's if she can get me an image that I can use for the hyperlink.
Yeah, I'll send that your way.
And I thank you. Pond's Edge Designs. This is Rosalind's website. Look at the stuff that she does. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. I love her stuff.
And it's funny, folks, because again, her stuff is unique. Oh, funky, fun, and I forget what else. And it's like unique, one of a kind. So I bought something from her, and what is the first thing Roger did? Because my wife saw it. She goes, "Oh my God, do you think she has more?" One of a kind, unique. And I immediately sent her a message. "Oh my God, Roz, do you have any more of this?" And I know Roz, it was early in knowing her. She was like, "Oh shit, if Roger didn't read it, I guess." She says, it's one of a kind, but on that one, I may have a little bit more of," and she did, and she made one more for us. Roz is very creative, as is Tanya. And there's a lot that Roz does. Necklaces, home gifts, gifts for him, hair accessories. I'm not looking there. Bracelets, earrings, pinch brooch. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all day. Pendants, and a lot of other stuff. And, I don't want to say help out, but, Roz has got quite a bit on her plate right now.
Yeah.
If you want, it wouldn't hurt. It keeps her busy. And it's neat. But Pond's Edge Designs, her commercial that she did for us as well, which is neat. Really cool.
Did you ever get the one that I sent you? I sent it like what, 2 weeks ago, I think, or a week ago.
You know what, Tanya, I've been under the weather. I have not been very much on the internet. Did you send it by email, text?
That's perfectly fine. I did send it by email, but if you didn't,
okay, I will look then. Because I'm going to be here for about an hour and then I'm done because there's only so much I can stand with the neck and the compressing discs and all that stuff.
100%. You should be resting.
Yeah, I'm going to try. I'm going to do that in a little bit. So, folks, we have some endeavors on the side. It's kind of neat. And any chance I get to talk about anyone in the family that does this stuff. Oh, it was funny. I'm going to reveal a secret.
What?
Tanya last week was telling me, she said, "Well, I consider you guys my family." And this, like, yeah, sorry, tough shit, Tanya. Well, for us, it's you are family. And it was cool. She didn't get all weirded out of it. She laughed. It was that little laugh. And I said, "Oh, sorry. We see it a bit differently, Tanya. It's not like." So, but I can reveal that one in person. So, because she's here. But beyond that, I guess we're down to our last minute. So,
yeah.
Amador Card Designs on Facebook.
Yep.
Okay. And as she mentioned as well. So, folks, I think that's going to be it. I want to thank everyone. And yeah, also Adi here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for spending your Saturday with us. There were a lot of people watching. Tumblers. Yep. They want to know more about the tumblers. So that's good.
Yes. Probably not next week, but in 2 weeks I'll have some tumblers to show.
Okay. Can't wait to hear about your trip to Disneyland. And for everyone else, folks, we will see you guys on the other side. Nice.